Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the WSIS Plus 20 High-Level Event 2025.
Digital technologies are fast evolving, and society is having to adapt. The WSIS Plus 20 High-Level Event is a global platform to exchange ideas and take stock of achievements, challenges and key trends in digital innovation. As the WSIS Plus 20 review approaches, high-level leaders have been meeting here today to discuss digital cooperation across the UN system.
From e-taxation to e-health, from e-voting to e-justice solutions. All our public services are now available online.
Today's sessions continue to address the issues humanity cannot ignore, such as the impact of disinformation and hate speech.
There is a psychological dimension where people are in distress because they don't know where to go, they don't know who to trust. There is an economic dimension because some people belonging to certain communities cannot have access to their money or the way they can earn money because of this type of phenomenon.
The over-reliance on the traditional sources of truth is just not working. We need to find ways where people exchange information more closely and more truthfully than is allowed by the current platforms.
There was an informed discussion around the importance of preserving culture and language in a digital age.
I gave a specific example with respect to Indigenous peoples' rights and how there are concerns that AI may be compounding the challenges that already existed before AI. And so we were trying to explain the importance of having certain foundational principles which could help preserve and protect the culture of Indigenous people.
Navigating an AI-integrated world requires greater AI literacy, which is redefining education and the way we acquire knowledge.
How do we prepare society for this? And that means you need to build capacity. You need to get more people to work with us and to be aware of that, which means university education should be set up programs for that. There is interest. It doesn't really exist yet.
So, are we future ready? Ensuring universal access to ICT skills and literacy for all is imperative. When communities work with schools to close education access gaps, the lives of young people are greatly improved, as this Canadian project shows.
We actually partner with galleries, museums, science centers, aquariums, the space station, Indigenous elders, knowledge holders, entrepreneurs. So introducing students to role models through live two-way video conferencing and essentially showing kids that people care about them and believe in them.
The ideas shared in today's workshops and in chance conversations have ranged from digital governance to empowering workers. And all of those ideas will feed back into a wider drive to innovate for the betterment of people and the planet. Join us tomorrow for Day 5 of WSIS Plus 20 High-Level Event.
Good morning, dear participants. We are kicking off the last day of WSIS with a very exciting session, Leaders Talks, Click to Govern, Inclusive and Efficient e-Services. I would like to invite to the stage Ms. Yuhan Tseng, our high-level track facilitator.
Thank you so much for giving the floor. And now, first, let's welcome all the distinguished panelists on stage. To see the round. Great. So we have all the speakers here with us today. And so Excellency and distinguished delegates and all the digital innovators. 20 years ago, after the WSIS first envisioned a people-centered digital future, we stand at an inflection point. The promise of click-to-governance is more than just connectivities. It requires design to transform the e-service that energize the equity, and also today we confront more issues linked with sustainability, AI, and a lot of geopolitical tensions. So now our leaders across the world gather here to solve this question together with us together. So now we have excellent Mr. Vargas Picato, the Vice Ministers of Science, Innovation, Technology, and Telecommunications from Costa Rica, and welcome. And then we have Ms. Almansari, the Chief of the Infrastructure, Operations, Communication, and Information Technology Regulatory Authority, the Minister of the Communication Affairs at Kuwait. And now we have from Colombia, the Dr. Bustamante Osori, the Executive Directors of the Commissioners of the CRC in Colombia. And also we have, you agree, Mr. Mordecki, the Executive Directors of AGESIC, the e-gov Information Society and Knowledge Agency. And also we have from EY, Dr. Connie, the global AI ethics and regulatory leaders. So welcome them all. Now we would like to begin this session by starting with the question to Costa Rica. So 20 years ago, the World Summit on the Information Society defined a set of action lines aimed at guiding international cooperation towards a more inclusive, equitable, and people-centered information society. In this context, and 2 decades later, what are the key challenges that Costa Rica still faces in ensuring the meaningful and truly universal connectivity? Additionally, how has the country succeeded in striking a balance between public and private investment in the development of the digital infrastructure over the course of the process? Now you have the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Costa Rica was particularly guided 20 years ago by the C2 action line. We have invested a lot in terms of infrastructure, not only in urban areas, that is quite natural because of market reasons, but investing specifically in indigenous populations, indigenous communities, and the rural areas, because of geography. There are, besides our small size, we have a lot of communities that are quite remote. As a small country with no commodities like oil or minerals, we decided that the business of military deterrence was not ours 80 years ago. So because of that, we abolished our army. And that has allowed us to invest a lot in education and more recently in digital skills. Because we believe that our oil are specifically our talent. So guided by that approach, we has guided our policy, even like a state policy, to increase connectivity, to increase from 20 years ago, we had only 10% of our population connected to the internet. We currently have 85%. And in terms of mobile internet, we actually cover 99% of the population. And beside that good news, the challenges remain specifically in the 29% of indigenous communities that we actually don't cover recently, and the 42% of our below poverty line that it is quite hard for them to actually pay for connectivity. So we designed a 5G tender recently that is specifically focused on increasing in industrial use cases, but we subsidize the cost of the spectrum up to 90%, and we obligated the operators to increase 1/3 of the current infrastructure in the 134 most unconnected districts on our country, focusing 5G with great downlink and uplink requirements in those communities that currently they basically only have 3G or even not 3G at all. So our focus is continuing developing skills, but also reaching the communities that, besides our recent investment, we are lacking to cover in the last two years. And because of that, we will have a change in 2, 4, and 6 year, really good plan, and I'm excited to update this in at least two years.
Thank you so much for this very informative keynote. And also you mentioned one of the most important element, indigenous, is also important in every realms, including AI, sustainability, and a lot. And also one more thing is that how you create the empowering environment for the young people, for the future generation, to really have to reach the last mile. So now my next questions would like to go to Kuwait. So Mr. Al-Mansouri, how can government ensure that the design and the delivery of the digital public service are both inclusive and user-centric, especially in rapidly evolving digital ecosystem like your country? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor first to address this respected forum on behalf of the state of Kuwait. To answer this question on how to ensure that digital public services are both inclusive and user-centric, it's not merely a technical one. It reflects our shared commitment to building fair and resilient societies for the future. In Kuwait, our digital transformation is guided by a clear and consistent principle, technology, that must serve everyone. We consider the delivery of inclusive and efficient e-service not only a matter of convenience, but a social responsibility, and a cornerstone of our national development agenda as set forth in Kuwait 2035. So to realize the vision, inclusivity is not an afterthought, it is a fundamental design. Our approach is rooted in a citizen-centered technology and methodology. We actively engage with our citizens to co-create the services they need. We believe the most impactful digital solutions are built with the citizen, not merely for them. So this means ensuring the accessibility for elderly and disabilities, supporting multiple languages, and designing interfaces that are user-friendly across all levels of digital proficiency. A prime example of this approach is our unified government application called Sahel, which launched in 2021 with 13 government entities offering around 123 services. Sahel has evolved into a thriving digital ecosystem. Today, it serves over 2.8 million users, has processed more than 100 million transactions, and provide over 450 services from 40 government agencies, with an average of 4.5 million transactions per month. We continue to improve the user's experience. One example is the newborn's journey, the first integrated digital service that combines 7 government procedures into one seamless process. So to support the Kuwait's dynamic economy, we launched the Sahel business in 2022. So the platform, that's why the platform, as as the WSIS are invaluable for us. They allow us to exchange insights, learn from international best practices, and collaborate on shaping a global digital future. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. It's very useful and to know the Sahan. Sahan. Yeah, it's good to know that because currently the e-government, of course, it's a trend, but how to make sure that the users' experiences is also good, I think it's a matter to all. We are standing here across the different region. So now I would like to dive a little bit further, not only the citizen, but also the rural community. So the next questions will go to Colombia. Ms. Bustamante, what do you consider to be the most relevant regulatory and cooperation element to accelerate inclusive and sustainable digitalization, closing connectivity gaps in rural areas, leveraging those digital services, and also improving the relationship between the government and citizen? Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I will emphasize two main points. One is to have a national digital strategy, because this is a work for many different entities and is a multi-stakeholder approach. Our digital strategy in Colombia has 8 pillars: connectivity, data analytics and interoperability, trust and digital security, capacity building, AI and emerging technologies, public sector digital transformation, digital economy for business development, and digital society. With these pillars in mind, all the different entities work to have the goals reached to close the connectivity gap and, of course, increase the digital services. When we talk about regulation, that is the second point, the CRC promotes a flexible, prospective, and inclusive approach. We applied state-of-the-art methodologies and regulatory tools to have all the knowledge and the perspective for the evolving ecosystems. For instance, we use regulatory sandboxes, collaborative regulation, and promote the digital emerging technologies. Our frameworks are people-centric, and we have promoted, for instance, the digitalization of the user protection regime and developed an open data policy to support evidence-based decision-making and foster research and innovation within the ICT sector. Also, our regulatory framework has differentiated measures with focus in the rural areas and the less connected, because we know they have a different economic and societal conditions than the rest of the country. For that reason, we try to reduce the burden for community operators and coordinate our work with the ICT Ministry and the Spectrum Agency to have different technical and process specifications for them in order to help them to thrive. The community providers in Colombia are defined those who has less than 5,000 users. For that reason, they need support. And I think it's very important also to have the multilateral and international cooperation in mind, because these communities, and of course the government agencies also, needs more capacity building and more technological tools to improve these kind of situations that they have. And in the CRC, we also promote the internal change, the organizational adoption of emerging technologies to help more efficiency in our processes and to have this efficiency translated to our services to the citizens.
Thanks so much. much. And one of the most important things is about the digital transformation that you mentioned and how to make sure the accessibility is also guaranteed. And also one of the most interesting things is the internal changes, like you see, within the organization in the country. So now I would like to direct my next question to Rory, Mr. Modeki. Now we talk a lot about accessibility, capacity building, and now we would like to stress more on the inclusion part. So what are the challenges that you think of the service of the digitalization in relation to inclusion, like really works? Thank you.
Okay. Voy a hablar en español, que I want to speak in Spanish, if you... creo que la pregunta apunta a la tensión entre inclusión y equidad, que no son la misma cosa, que son cosas distintas y que requieren enfoques distintos. En Uruguay, por ejemplo, la inclusión digital es, digamos, abarca, las estadísticas dan entre 96 y 98%. No es casualidad, Uruguay es un país que tendió una red de fibra óptica al hogar hace aproximadamente 15 años. Se llegó a los hogares con cobertura del 100%. Eso no es, Uruguay es un país pequeño, tiene ventajas para hacerlo, pero es 100%, o sea, no es la capital, no son las grandes ciudades, es toda el área sin, digamos, sin perforaciones. El acceso, el plan básico de acceso a Internet es gratis y, digamos, el plan más barato cuesta 0. Eso da como resultado, y algunas otras medidas, niveles de inclusión casi totales. El problema es la equidad, ¿no? Cuando uno mira los índices de uso, por ejemplo, de servicios digitales del Estado o de transacciones en línea, esos números andan en el entorno del 65%. Eso quiere decir que hay en el entorno de un 30 o 35 personas que disponen de dispositivos, que disponen de acceso, que lo pueden hacer, que lo usan a diario, pero no lo usan de una forma significativa. Y hoy una persona que no puede hacer una transacción, que no puede comprar un ticket, que no puede usar una aplicación de geolocalización para buscar una ruta, o que no puede reservar en un hotel, es un ciudadano, es una persona que nosotros empezamos a dejar atrás, porque el mundo es digital y ya existen, digamos, es así. En Uruguay la mayoría de espectáculos, por ejemplo, venden sus entradas solo en forma digital. No hay forma de hacer la cola e ir a un mostrador a comprarlo. Entonces, esto plantea a los gobiernos y a los implementadores de políticas públicas un desafío de nuevo nivel, que no se resuelve con infraestructura, que no se resuelve con dinero, que son los desafíos más fuertes. Es un desafío que se resuelve capacitando, brindando educación digital y permitiendo que todos los ciudadanos de forma equitativa utilicen los servicios públicos. De alguna manera, el desafío es abandonar definitivamente la ley del 80-20 y suscribir a la inclusión y equidad sin excusas hasta el último ciudadano. Creo que ese es el problema.
Thank you so much, and also thank you for telling how the electricity is not. You cannot just guarantee the electricity to people, but not many people they can use the electricity for the internet. So it's kind of like an equilibrium of all those decision makers and leaders that we need to make for the people, to let them to really use the resources right to fulfill their own life. So thank you so much for this very, very fresh and a unique perspective that bring us to think further step into every everybody's daily life. And now, so after all the different nationals and regional perspective, and we know there are some emerging trends that we need to capture as a foresight to look into the future and to advise on the future generation on how we ignite a digital future that we really desire. So now I come to my last but also a very important question to you, Dr. Cooney, because as a global AI ethics, so policy, you know, every day you are observing how different countries, their insight into those governance of the digital transformation. So what are some key concerns that government needs to address in order to achieve a successful implementation of e-governance service? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be with you here today. EY, of course, is a global network of professional services firms, and as such, we try to support governments and private sector in their digital and AI transformations. Now, for government especially, there is an added challenge because, as we've already heard from the other speakers, government has the obligation, and public sector services has the obligation to serve everyone in the country. It is important that the services will work for all citizens, not just for those that are most easy to access. This brings with it the extra challenge of making sure that you get the right kind of assessments, that you can really check that as you're implementing a new technology, from whatever provider it is, that you can successfully assess whether or not it will work in the context of your country, in the context of all of the people within your nation. Within EY, we've recently run a survey, an AI sentiment survey across 15 different countries. And unfortunately, we've found that the confidence that citizens have in the use of AI by government is not that high. It should be improved. And one way to do that is really to ensure that we have an ecosystem of good assessment providers around how these technologies work. Preferably third-party assessments to identify, have good governance frameworks being put in place? Is risk management being taken into account? Is there a good quality management system in place? This does not have to be a regulatory regime. It can be. It depends on what works best for whatever jurisdiction we're operating in. But it is important that it is based on clear standards, clear outlined and clearly communicated framework around what exactly is being assessed, what is being confirmed. Because if assessments are being provided, but the citizenry, the receivers of these reports do not understand how to interpret them, then this could lead to a misunderstanding. While the governance process has been assessed, they may interpret it as being guarantees on the performance of the system or vice versa. So it is very important that policies within the country provide clear and well-communicated frameworks around how these systems are both being implemented and how good implementation is being assessed and guaranteed.
Thank you so much, and for the work that you've done to click and link all the dots together, and for a more resilient digital future that we really want to drive. And also the assessment you mentioned is quite important. It's just like a global stocktake in terms of the every national determined contribution to transform your own country's perspective and also the landscape into a future stage. So, and the most important things in addition to inclusion and is also transparency, and to create the ecosystem to really understand what everybody wants and what is really desirable but not probable, to just use the big data to predict a future that we want. So now I would like to give a round of applause of all our panelists. Thank you so much for presenting today. And yeah. Thank you, and also for your participation. So now I would like to welcome all of our panelists to stand in the middle so that we can take a group photo together. Do you want us to stand or? Yeah, great. Thank you so much.
Dear participants, both joining us here today in person and those joining online, I would like to welcome you to the final Leaders' Talks of the WSIS Plus 20 High-Level Event 2025, titled ICT Application to Unlock the Full Potential of Digital. I would like to invite to the stage Ms. Daniela Essie Darlington, our high-level track facilitator.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing great. Today is the very last day, and normally the saying goes, we save the best for the last. So I invite you all to the Leaders Talk X13, titled ICT Application to Unlock the Full Potential of Digital Part 2. And in this session, we would have high-level ministers and presidents of various associations on the panel. We have from Zimbabwe, Her Excellency Dr. Tatenda Anastasia Mavitera, who is the Minister of ICT, Postal and Courier Services. And I can see they've already taken their seats. So shall we give them a little round of applause? Thanks. Also, we would have Ms. Laure de la Rodière, who is President of ASEP. And then from Gabon, we have Mr. Celestine Khadija, I hope I got the name right, and who is also the President of Autorité de Régulation des Communications Électroniques et des Postes, which is also ASEP. And then we have from India, Mr. Niraj Verma, who is Administrator of Digital Barrage Nidhi. And from Netherlands, we have the Tech Ambassador, Mr. Ernest Norman, who is also a Cyber Ambassador of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we also have Mr. Ran Ivan Yao, who is Corporate Vice President of the European and International Standardization Ecosystem and Industry Development, Huawei. And last but not least, Ms. Isabel Moreau, who is Director General, who will be joining us virtually. So thank you all so much, and we would begin our session. Once again, welcome to the Leaders Talk X13, titled ICT to Unlock the Full Potential of Digital. We would first go straight to Her Excellency Tatenda, who I would like to pose a key question to. How can governments, through digital governance, help ICT applications to unlock the full potential of digital?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniela. Thank you, ITU, for giving us this great opportunity. Governments can leverage digital governance to unlock full potential by various ways. I'll start by, firstly, our policy frameworks. Definitely, we can never be able to do well when we do not have the requisite and right policies to be put in place. So we need to create and establish frameworks that support ICT regulatory frameworks, innovation, investment, and also the adoption of new technologies. As Zimbabwe, we have tried very well to work on that. Firstly, we have worked on our ICT policy, which we have reviewed recently, and our broadband plan, and of course, our AI strategy, which has already concluded and is going through all the cabinet processes. Secondly, we also need to look at how a government can also look at various partnerships. And these partnerships need to support development and also deployment of ICT infrastructure, and also look at ways that we can be able to promote innovation and investment. As Zimbabwe, we have realized that it's important that we come up with an ICT startup policy, and we have realized that there is need for us to create incentives around how we can have more investment in ICT. And again, we can look at us also looking at effective governance frameworks and interventions that government can also be able to look at us working with the whole of government approach and not work in silos. It's important that we collaborate. We need to look at partnerships that are quite essential for us as a government. And looking at how we can make telco regulators also key to make sure that they coordinate with all the key government departments that we have. For us as Zimbabwe, we have looked at energy, transport, local government, making sure that the regulator also coordinates this. And also, I think government also needs to take part in international cooperation and knowledge sharing. We are happy for these platforms today we're talking about WSIS plus 20 and where we're getting a lot of interaction. Let's then move from dialogue and look at deployment. Let's look at deliverables that we can be able to also deploy. It's important that we need to allow benchmarking in terms of our own governance approaches, and also have agility to being responsive to ICT requirements. And this definitely needs to be done. We really want to appreciate these platforms. Let's learn from others. Let's be able to also collaborate and have more international engagements. This can really assist us greatly. But of course, let me also close and say that the approach to governance will help further our national projects and programs in each and every country. And Zimbabwe, as the extension of the national backbone, we've been able to do that. We've been able to also construct digital centers, ICT laboratories, the presidential internet scheme, which are also essential for us to be able to achieve a digitalized country. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency Mavitera, and I would like to commend you for sticking to time. I would admonish all the speakers to bear in mind that you have 3 minutes to respond to your question, and so please try to stay in time. We have the giant screen. I hope it's not as intimidating. Thank you so much. And I would like to go to Ms. Laure de la Rodière, who is the president of ASEP. Yes. Yes, thank you. I would like to ask you, according to your assessment of the digital environmental impacts, do you think that WSIS action line on e-environment should evolve to better enhance the digital sustainability?
Thank you very much, and I'm really honored to speak this morning on this subject, but because French is an official language in the ITU and in WSIS, I would ask you to take your headset because I will speak in French. French is very important in the AI era. We have to protect our language, to protect our culture in the AI era. So please, I'll speak in French. Alors, d'abord, je voudrais saluer l'initiative du WSIS de prendre cette ligne d'action sur l'impact environnemental. C'est extrêmement important et nous sommes tous conscients de ce que peut apporter les technologies numériques pour apporter des solutions en fait à la transition climatique ou à la préservation de ressources. Que ce soit des capteurs connectés sur les réseaux d'eau pour éviter des fuites, que ce soit une meilleure analyse des données pour prévenir des catastrophes et prévenir finalement et sauver des vies humaines, que ce soit dans le domaine de l'agriculture. Mais le numérique a une croissance de son impact environnemental extrêmement importante, exponentielle, et il faut aussi penser dans la ligne d'action du WSIS aux efforts que le numérique doit faire. Le numérique, c'est déjà 10% de la consommation d'électricité en France. Elle risque de doubler d'ici 2030. Les émissions carbone risquent de tripler d'ici 2050. Et donc, nous appelons l'attention du fait qu'il faut que le numérique lui-même fasse des efforts en termes de protection de l'environnement. Alors, il y a j'ai envie de prendre une métaphore sportive. Le numérique peut être un excellent coach environnemental, mais il faudrait peut-être d'abord qu'ils arrêtent de fumer dans les vestiaires. Et c'est ce qui se passe aujourd'hui. Les technologies numériques, en fait, ont un impact environnemental croissant. Plusieurs solutions possibles. D'abord, allonger la durée de vie des terminaux et des équipements par un meilleur recyclage, une meilleure réparation et une extension de la capacité d'utiliser les systèmes d'exploitation, par exemple, sur 10 ans. Deuxièmement, l'éco-conception des services numériques. On peut concevoir des modèles d'IA performants qui consomment beaucoup moins d'énergie et qui demanderont moins de puissance de calcul et moins de centres de données, nouveaux centres de données à construire. Et donc j'appelle les organisations internationales à prendre aussi compte du fait que l'impact environnemental du numérique doit être maîtrisé et doit conduire en fait à des actions pour éco-designer les solutions.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ms. Rodier. It's very important to note that we have to have a better recycle design, especially for digital technologies. And in this AI sector, where there's a lot of consumption of AI tools, it's important that we design less computing infrastructure so that we are able to sustain our environment. So these are very, very important. Thank you so much for bringing these up. I would move on to Mr. Khadija, who is also the president of ASEP. Oh, Gabon, yeah. So the question is, during your statement, you indicated that by 2027, Gabon, your country, aims to achieve 100% coverage of inhabited areas. Could you elaborate on how you intend to reach this goal, and what is the current state of connectivity in your country? And in your view, and in the context of your country, which ICT applications hold the greatest potential to unlock the power of digital technologies?
Thank you, Madam. As a French speaking, I will tell people to take a microphone. So, because I will speak in French. Merci. Merci pour la question. Alors, pour ma part, aujourd'hui, le taux de couverture des populations dans le Gabon est de 95% du territoire. Donc, le territoire gabonais, il est couvert à 95%. Toutes les villes principales du Gabon sont situées sur les axes routiers et donc disposent aujourd'hui de la 3G, de la 4G. Nous avons commencé à expérimenter la 5G qui sera disponible dans quelques temps. La particularité du Gabon est que les villages importants sont situés sur les axes routiers. Or, les principaux axes routiers font l'obligation, c'est inscrit dans les cahiers des charges des opérateurs, d'une couverture par les opérateurs depuis 2017. Il reste cependant des villages disséminés au cœur du pays. Vous savez que le Gabon est un pays équatorial où la forêt qui est couverte de 24 à 95% de la forêt. Donc c'est dans le cadre du développement du service universel que donc, nous utilisons les technologies de transmission par satellite, mais également du LTE relais. Et nous utilisons donc les opérateurs actuels pour étendre leur réseau jusque dans ces zones très, très, très reculées. Donc nous pensons que sur les 250 villages qui restent, nous pourrons les connecter d'ici 2017. Pour ce qui est du développement du numérique, de son impact, donc aujourd'hui, nous travaillons sur 3 volets. Le premier volet, c'est la numérisation des services publics. Nous avons un projet dénommé Gabon Digital, qui a pour objectif, donc, entre autres, de valoriser les services tels que e-tax, donc la déclaration des taxes en ligne, e-solde, pour la consultation des informations administratives concernant les employés de l'État. Nous avons des services comme e-visa, qui permet à nos touristes, aux visiteurs qui viennent au Gabon, de faire leur demande de visa en ligne. Et d'ailleurs, je vais vous dire une chose, depuis ce mois-ci, donc, les visiteurs touristiques sont exempts de visa pour l'accès au Gabon. Nous avons également des plateformes de gestion des examens en ligne, XGES pour la gestion des établissements scolaires, Kewa, une plateforme officielle pour la publication donc, des résultats des concours et examens de l'État. Nous avons également e-bourse qui permet aux étudiants qui ne sont pas au Gabon, de pouvoir faire les demandes d'allocation de bourse donc, à l'État. Donc voilà un peu la stratégie du Gabon pour développer donc, le digital. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your submissions. It's very inspiring to know that you are having great agenda in place to connect over 250 villages. And I'm very excited to also learn about the e-visa and also the visa-free opportunities for tourists, and as well as the scholarships that you're providing to young people through digital technologies. These are really commendable, and also thank you so much for the submission. I would go on to Mr. Niraj, and my question to you is, how can the broadband infrastructure developed under the Universal Service Obligation Fund, USOF, be effectively utilized to create sustainable digital services and economic opportunities for local communities, especially in rural and remote areas? And what use cases have you prioritized or can be prioritized to ensure maximum social and economic benefits?
Thank you. In India, we look at connectivity as a great enabler. And we are connecting some 6.4 lakh villages through high-speed OFC network. But as you have said, connectivity is not equal to uses. Uses will come from capability, trust, and relevance. And it is in this regard we are transforming our connectivity to impact through multi-layered digital outcomes. This is in the form of various use cases we are developing for the rural mass. And I must tell you that when we are talking about India, there is a digital gap between urban and rural, whereas in urban the internet connectivity is almost 100%, in rural it is only 60%, and gender gap is also there. So in that context, if you look at the various use cases, the first thing we are doing is in the field of telemedicine. We are connecting all the hospitals through OFC network, and we are providing services, telemedicines, through a government app called e-Sanjeevani. We are connecting health ATMs and providing services through health ATMs. The second use case we are working on is digital education and skilling. So all the schools we are connecting, and with high speed, converting these schools into smart schools, and the content, which is a multilingual application content, we are providing. We are tracking the performance of teachers, students, and the schools, and we are looking at the outcome. The third is in the field of e-governance. So at the ground level, the governance, the last governance is at the panchayat level, which is the lead village. And at that center, we are providing various applications like birth center, birth certificate, death certificates, pensions, and other fields. And with that as a center, focal center, through the connections provided at the households, we expect and we are getting some good impact of citizens using these applications. Fourth is in the field of agriculture. As in India, a large percentage of population is engaged in agriculture. They are getting soil health cards, they are using drones, IoT applications, which is helping them in getting benefits. And lastly, in rural commerce and e-commerce, we are working on, in which we are connecting the artisans, and we are getting them onboarded on the applications like ONDC, like Amazon, and getting the connections transactions done through digital applications. So these all are helping in getting connections, and we are thinking that universal access matched with meaningful application will result in transformations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nima. Indeed, universal access is very important, and it's great to know the various initiatives that you are taking to connect schools and also empower farmers with digital technologies. Thank you very much for that. I would move on to Mr. Ernest Norman. And my question for you is, the original WSIS framework puts an emphasis on enabling policy and regulatory environments to achieve inclusive digital transformation. What measures are, in your view, necessary to ensure that this enabling environment is up to the task of tackling the current challenges of digital inclusion in the WSIS Plus 20 review process?
Thank you, Danielle, for that question. Indeed, to effectively reap the economic and societal benefits from the internet and digital technologies, it's essential to have an enabling policy and regulatory environment. Already in 2003 and 2005, when the original WSIS documents were adopted, participants acknowledged the importance of such an enabling environment. But what do we mean with an enabling environment? In our view, this should be a mix of policies, regulations, and standards that contribute to bridging the digital divides, ensuring meaningful digital inclusion among all persons, including women, youth, older persons, persons with disabilities, and marginalized communities. Ideally, an enabling environment means that policies are conducive to the digital economy, innovation, competition, education, research, and investment. A key feature of an enabling environment, also recognized in the WSIS Plus 10 review, is the free flow of information and knowledge. To enable sustainable development, to allow us to benefit optimally from access to the internet, and to empower individuals to exercise their universally applicable human rights, such as the freedom of expression. Unfortunately, in 2025, in many countries around the world, the enabling environment is largely absent. Take, for instance, national and international policies and legislation that hamper, limit, or block internet access, such as internet shutdowns, or policies that fail to address the gender gap in digital education and the labor market. And the spread of AI as a general purpose technology entails the risk of widening the already existing digital divides. Those with access to the internet benefit from AI, those without access lag even further behind. This underlines the continuing importance of updating the WSIS text on the enabling environment to reflect the diversity of internet users and the current challenges, locally and globally. The principle of nothing about them without them remains key here. In fact, the enabling environment is a primary example where two pillars of the UN, human rights and sustainable development, come together. When governments and other stakeholders collaborate in creating and supporting such an enabling environment, it can further both the protection of human rights and the attainment of sustainable development goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I really love your statement that says nothing about them without them. And indeed, if we want to create inclusive frameworks, we have to ensure that everyone is empowered to use the internet and have access for various tools, and also ensure free flow of information to empower people to contribute to the sustainable development goals. Thank you very much once again for your submissions. Mr. Ivan Yao, in the pursuit of social economic progress, how can we accelerate the ICT infrastructure development to leverage technology as a catalyst for inclusive and sustainable growth?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm lucky here, to answer the interesting and important question. As we all know, when we're talking about digital technology, the most challenge is how to bring digital technology to real world. So we think, especially during this new year, for AI, not only traditional ICT technology, we think the most important two things we can do. One is still technical innovation. Another thing is we think more and more important is collaboration, especially win-win collaboration, because a lot of scenario, the real world need the technology, but they don't know how to use this technology. For Huawei, here I give some numbers, maybe some use case. Because for digital technology, for the inclusive, we think the most important is leave no one behind in digital world, but it's not so easy. for some scenarios, such as for the rural, we have a rural stars solution. It served 120 million people now around 8 countries. And for the skilled people in need, we also worked together with our partner to serve 5,010 million people. And we focus on K-12, teacher, students, and so on. For the disability and elder, and now we think it's already have 8 million people every month use ICT technology now. And for sustainability, we think the most hot topic is what's digital ICT for green. We think it's so important. And for digital power, I also have some numbers. We have used digital power solution. We have already saved 1.8 billion kilowatt electricity. It's also equal 710 million metric tons. So I think this is a carbon emission reduction. So for a lot of cases, we are still working with our partner. That's technical is not enough. The cooperation, we look forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we would move on to Miss Isabel Moreau. She'll be joining us virtually. And, I see you on the screen. My question to you, Ms. Moreau, is as we look to expand digital access and opportunity, what role do you see satellite technology playing in ensuring that no community is left behind and everyone benefits from connectivity fully?
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and even though remotely. As we know, connectivity is really a foundational enabler of opportunity, equality, of resilience. And if our goal is truly universal connectivity, then we really must think beyond cities and population centers, as we just heard, from many of the speakers this morning. We must reach communities and regions that are remote, that are unserved or underserved, or simply out of reach, from the traditional infrastructure. So as we look to expand digital access and digital opportunities, it's really critical that we, in a way, recognize the unique and essential role that satellite technologies plays in ensuring that no one and also no place is left behind. So if you look at mobile and fiber networks, they've made remarkable progress. They are by design, however, limited to areas with high population and density, and they only cover 20% of the landmass. So for the remaining 80% of landmass, which is home to millions of people and critical not only for economic growth, but also to provide basic needs, satellite technology is really key. And it's the only infrastructure that is capable of delivering instant, scalable coverage across entire territories, whether it's mountain, deserts, small island states, oceans, or disaster zone. So it's not, just about inclusion. It's also about unlocking untapped economic and human potential and doing it in a sustainable manner, as we heard from Mrs. Rodier. But connectivity in itself is not enough. What truly matters is what people do with the connectivity. So satellite also enables meaningful use, whether it's telemedicine in rural clinics, remote learning in isolated schools, precision agriculture through IoT, sustainable fisheries management, or real-time environmental monitoring and disaster prevention. So these applications really generate real value and help increase inclusion, ensuring that rural and remote communities can fully participate in the digital economy and the national development goals. And ultimately, I just want to say as well about policies, because we heard about this. If we want to fully realize the potential of digital communications, we really need to enable policies that are agile, that are future-looking. We need smart investment, and we need a shift in mindset where we view satellite not just as a backup solution, but really as an essential strategic pillar of government digital strategies and programs. And I hope we can all work together, governments, industry, international organization, to make sure that the digital opportunity is not only a vision, but it's truly universal and meaningful and a reality for all. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moreau, for your key insights. Indeed, satellite technologies have the potential to bridge the digital divide, especially for these remote regions that are underserved. And so it's important that we consider policies that are futuristic and agile enough to ensure that we leave no one behind. So thank you all so much. All too soon, we have come to the end of this exciting and insightful panel discussion. So I'd like to thank you all, your excellencies and presidents of various groups. Thank you so much for joining us, and we bring this session to an end. We'll take a photo briefly.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will soon begin our high-level dialogue, the role of parliamentarians in shaping our digital future. Thank you for your patience and thank you for joining us here. We will begin in 2 minutes. We are just waiting for a few more participants to arrive who are engaged outside, and they will soon be entering the room. Thank you so much, and we will begin soon our exciting dialogue with the parliamentarians. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start our high-level dialogue on the role of parliamentarians in shaping our digital future. This dialogue is co-organized by the International Telecommunication Union and the International Parliamentary Union. We invite our Secretary Generals, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, Secretary General of ITU, and Mr. Martin Chugong, IPU Secretary General, to please lead the moderation of this high-level dialogue.
Thank you, Gitanjali. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am most honored to open this crucial discussion as we wrap up this high-level week here in Geneva. The question before us today is what role lawmakers can take in terms of sharing and shaping our digital future. We have seen here a lot this week at the WSIS high-level event and also our AI for Good Global Summit. I hope you've also had a chance to explore that summit. And what we have seen is that technology has evolved incredibly fast over the past 2 decades. And while digital innovation has opened up incredible opportunities for economic growth, for learning, for employment, and even civic engagement, we know it has also exposed stark inequalities and left billions behind. 1/3 of humanity still does not have access to the internet, and millions of more actually lack the skills and resources to truly benefit from the digital world. Policy decisions, particularly around emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, will be consequential in defining whether and how these technologies impact the lives and livelihoods of all people. This is where the role of parliamentarians come in, and it's key. As elected representatives, you are uniquely placed to ensure that digital technologies serve the public good and reflect the values of transparency, inclusivity, accountability, and human rights. Values that have been central to the WSIS action lines and have also been strengthened by the Global Digital Compact that was adopted last year by UN member states. Now, I understand this is all easier said than done. Tech innovation is outpacing traditional legislative processes as well, and new governance challenges are emerging while we're still wrestling with prior ones, all of which are being amplified in the era of artificial intelligence. So what can digital policy leaders do and legislators? I believe that we can. And I believe that we must adapt by making sure lawmakers are digitally skilled with sufficient understanding of technologies like artificial intelligence to help guide ethical, inclusive, and rights-based approaches to legislation. We can also double down on collaboration. As the UN Agency for Digital Technologies, ITU is working hard to strengthen engagement amongst lawmakers and the technical community. And this, of course, is where the World Summit on the Information Process also plays a crucial role. For over 20 years, the WSIS has provided a trusted platform where all stakeholders, including parliamentarians, can come together to carve out a path towards people-centered, development-oriented information societies. WSIS has built essential bridges between governments and the tech sector, empowered local communities with digital skills and infrastructure, and it continues to champion digital inclusion as a pillar of sustainable development. As we look ahead to the 20-year review of the WSIS process in December, this is our key opportunity. It's our opportunity to recommit, double down on that WSIS vision, and make sure that this time-tested platform remains fit for the future. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I look to Gitanjali, but I think I can hand back to you or hand directly to my friend, the Secretary General of the Interparliamentarian Union. Martin, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Doreen, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session. I really welcome the opportunity to bring the parliamentary dimension to the global conversations that are taking place at this WSIS summit meeting. We believe, and Doreen, thank you for drawing attention to why Parliament should be part of the conversation. I share your views entirely. As we grapple with the challenges of the new technology age, we believe that all hands are welcome on deck, and parliamentarians have a crucial role to play. And I'm looking forward to the discussions that will take place during this particular meeting, which will give us a kind of a roadmap for what we need to do to support parliaments and parliamentarians in helping address the key challenges that are facing us in this new digital age. So I welcome this opportunity, and I do so from the vantage point that the IPU, the Global Organization of Parliaments, needs to be in on the action, needs to convene parliaments so that they can contribute to the global discussion on how we address the challenges of the digital age. And for some time now, and this is in conformity with our strategy, we are looking at how Parliament should be ahead of the curve when it comes to managing the new digital age in a way that is responsible and beneficial to mankind, while at the same time minimizing the risks involved. And Doreen, you mentioned in your statement that there are lots of opportunities, but there are lots of risks too. Our duty as lawmakers is to devise policies and provide resources that would allow us to help technology develop in a responsible fashion for the benefit of mankind, and also help reduce and minimize the risks involved. And in recent years, we have been very active. Just last October, we did adopt a resolution on the impact of AI on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. It is for us a roadmap, blueprint for parliaments to take action at the national level to make sure that the development of AI and its use is not inimical to democracy and human rights at country level. We have also realized that the development of new technologies is being undertaken without much regulation. I think it's so fast, as Doreen was saying, it's taking place in such a fast pace that we don't stop to think of how we can really provide guidelines and put in place protective mechanisms to make sure that AI functions properly. And so we have come up with a Charter of Ethics on Science and Technology, which is something that was developed in the course of a 2-year period by our specialized body, the Advisory Group on Science and Technology. And we want to roll this out. And Doreen, I think that it is something that together we can see how ITU and IPU can work to make sure that technology is developed according to certain ethical guidelines, because there are lots of dilemmas that are emerging as we work with new technologies. And then we also had just recently, I think it was in Norway, where we had the parliamentary track at the Internet Governance Forum, and that one was focusing on misinformation and disinformation, which is something that we have all recognized as a major risk and threat to humanity as a whole. So we want to continue this conversation, and as I said, we want to do it in partnership with other stakeholders. Parliaments are just one piece of the puzzle. You have the governments, you have civil society, the scientific community. There is a case to be made for a rapprochement between policymakers and civil society and the scientific community. We don't see much evidence of that happening at this particular stage, and that is one of the goals of the IPU, making sure that parliamentarians reach out to the scientific community to ensure that decisions are evidence-based, and because I believe that science and technology do not lie, except they're manipulated by some malevolent spirit. So I look forward to the conversations that will be taking place today, and we would like to carry some of the information that we get from this meeting to the Summit of Speakers of Parliaments, which will be taking place in this city at the end of the month, the Global Conference of Speakers of Parliament. And there will actually be a special panel during that summit on the role of Parliament in shaping our digital future. Thank you, Doreen, for accepting for ITU to contribute to the deliberations of that panel. And we will be going to Asia too, in Kuala Lumpur later in the year in November, where there will be a parliamentary conference on the role of Parliament in shaping the future of responsible AI. So I think we have our work cut out for us. We just need to keep our feet, our collective feet to the fire and make sure that as we develop new technologies in this digital age, we can do so in a responsible manner, we can do so in a coherent manner so that it's beneficial to all. And I want to lay emphasis on the need for inclusion, because, Doreen, I think you mentioned that not every household has access to internet today. And I think that is basically, in this day and age, has become a question of human rights. And so we need to make sure that development of technology is inclusive and egalitarian. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll give the floor back to Doreen, I think. Is that it, Gitanji? Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. Always wise words from you, and thank you for that long-standing partnership with the ITU, but also with the WSIS community, the WSIS Forum, and of course, as you just mentioned, the Internet Governance Forum. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 amazing parliamentarians with us this morning. I think Nima is joining us shortly. She's stuck in another session, so we will welcome her shortly. But here with me on the podium, we have Madame Amira Saber, who is a member of the People's Assembly in Egypt. Welcome to you. We also have Mr. Rodrigo Goni, who is from Uruguay. He's a member of the House of Representatives. And joining us remotely, we have from Thailand, Senator Nofadol Ina. So welcome to you. What we're going to do is we'll start with the first question. I'll have you each answer, and then I'll turn to Martin, who will pose the second question. So I'll dive right into the first question. If we can start about our shared digital future. So asking you about our shared digital future, about digital policy in the context of your country, and if you can share what are you hopeful about and what keeps you up at night. So I look forward to hearing from you on this point, and I think I'm going to start over to my right with Amira. Over to you, please.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to chair this very important panel with the ITU and the IPU and my dear colleagues from the different parliaments. I am, as you have presented, a member of parliament from Egypt, and I am so much interested in all what's related to digital policies. I introduced to the Egyptian parliament the first draft bill on AI governance, and that was endorsed by 60 other Egyptian MPs. Talking about hope, actually in Egypt, we have been able last year to bring 12 million people online. That gives me hope. We have infrastructure that is extending to rural places and places which didn't have connectivity before. There is a nationwide initiative, Haya Karima initiative, which has been able to elevate the digital infrastructure all across Egypt to a great extent. So now we have roughly 82% of our people online, and a few weeks ago we switched on nationwide 5G at the foot of the pyramids, a powerful symbol of 7,000 years of old civilization stepping boldly into the future. We are a very youthful nation, so youth is a big source of hope. The same it needs capacitating, the same it needs very powerful programs that would get them the digital skills, that would get them into the employability world much more empowered in a sense. What keeps me up at night from a political perspective also is how can we as parliamentarians be able to say whatever we want without being banned? we have seen how digitalization and connectivity is a double-edged weapon now. Everyone in the world is following wars, is following conflicts, but not everyone in the world is able to express their views freely. I'm speaking about the Palestine-Israeli war and how me, as myself, was banned from expressing my opinion online when it comes to supporting Palestine. So digital and connectivity also brings to the space important questions about human rights and freedom of expression, and how can we guarantee that this place is an open area where expression is guaranteed in a sense. AI jumping to the playground also is questionable. Is it increasing the digital divide? On how can we really use AI and use its tools to bring the people from the global south to cross this gap, to bring them to better healthcare services, to better educational opportunities? How can we use all the tools which we have towards better connectivity for everyone? This also keeps me up at night because we are running so fast that questions on regulate or not is very valid, on what to regulate and how to regulate it, on empowering multilateralism, because I think we are at a very challenging moment where the whole multilateral system is being challenged. So we have tracks on development where we could prove that this multilateralism is able to bring millions of people who are underprivileged and millions of people who are suffering shortages of services through connectivity and through digitalization under the spotlight, living a better life, having better accessibility to services, and finding a future with better jobs and a sense of hope. This all keeps me alert at night. And I think that the IPU and the ITU can help us magnificently. For Egypt, I think there is Power to Connect initiative, and this could elevate the amount and the number of the pilots that has been already on ground. We can increase and capitalize on these pilot projects, which prove to be very efficient when it comes to connectivity. Egypt, through Swiss area, has 6 of the world connectivity cables running through which, so we also need to capacitate on that to increase the technical skills of every worker who is working on that file, and also to capacitate parliamentarians. I always say that we can't regulate what we don't understand. So there is a huge role for the IPU to get as more of parliamentarians to be capacitated on the digital skills and how to govern for the best interest of the people. Because I think that a legislator is someone who could connect all the dots on the floor, who could scrutinize the work of the government, who could voice to the global space what do they have, and they connect directly to the people on ground. So they speak on behalf of the people to everyone else. So whatever is good, they can actually translate it on ground, and whatever needs fixation, they should talk about it. So they need real capacitating. Also, experiences from different countries has been extremely important, because what works for the US, for example, doesn't necessarily work for Egypt. So bringing together the countries with the same setup, the same potential to learn from each other, to exchange experiences, is extremely important for parliamentarians, and I think for technical people, for policymakers, for the governments as well. Also, I think that scaling digital skills partnerships is extremely important. ITU and IPU can also, especially ITU, I think, they can help massively to bring the interest of the private sector in sectors that matter. Because we still have a finance gap which is making us to borrow money on a very high interest, despite we are the people who really need to get the money, channel them into development projects as reasonable interests. So I think that as there is a climate swap for that, there should be swap for digitalization. There should be a swap of debts for the sake of the global south and the nations, that digitization and digital skills are not just a vertical you know, a vertical opportunity. No, it's a horizontal one because it cross-cuts every sector: health, education, sanitization, employability. I imagine a woman at a very rural village in Egypt, if she has the proper digital skills, what a massive impact could she has on her life and the life of her family. She could start a business, she could sell online, everything regarding her life could be changed just if she's properly capacitated. I tapped on some of the ideas which I have in mind, and I look forward to the...
Thank you so much for that, Nima. Thank you. And Martin, perhaps offline, you and I can take up the skilling and the capacity building for parliamentarians, because we just launched this AI Skills Coalition. I think that could be a great opportunity for parliamentarians. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to turn to Rodrigo. If you have reflections on what we just heard, or share with us your own kind of hopes and what keeps you up at night, por favor. And if you have a headset, you might want to put your headset on, because Rodrigo will address us in Spanish. Por favor.
Gracias, Doreen. Creo que a los que estamos acá no se nos escapa la inmensidad de posibilidades que este mundo digital y de la inteligencia artificial nos plantea a la sociedad en su conjunto. Ya no es la cuestión técnica, digital y de inteligencia artificial y nuevas tecnologías dejó de ser un tema tecnológico y para los foros tecnológicos. Pasó a ser un tema eminentemente político. ¿Por qué? Porque esa inmensidad de posibilidades en dimensiones claves del mundo, de la sociedad, de las personas, la educación, la salud y el bienestar en general, son posibilidades que en principio no van a venir solas. Los parlamentarios no tenemos derecho a ser ingenuos o a ser ingenuamente optimistas, porque representamos a la ciudadanía, a los ciudadanos corrientes. Otros podrán apostar a la suerte de que esas posibilidades vengan de todas maneras. Nosotros, como parlamentarios, no tenemos ese derecho. Entre otras cosas, porque esas posibilidades que empiezan ya a emerger, a concretarse en el mundo real, también nos muestran esa contracara que todos hablamos. Me comentaban que en uno de los foros de WSIS se les preguntaba, se hacía una encuesta a ver si los que estábamos acá éramos más optimistas o pesimistas. Y en este ambiente que deberíamos ser todos más optimistas, la encuesta daba que era un poquito más los pesimistas. ¿Por qué? ¿Eso es pesimista? No. Eso es responsabilidad. Responsabilidad con que las posibilidades realmente se concreten en forma inclusiva, pero también que las amenazas existenciales incluso, pero amenazas democráticas clarísimas. Todo este mundo nos presenta un riesgo democrático real. Entonces, los parlamentos no tienen derecho ni a ser ingenuos, ni a ser un mero observador, ni tampoco, más allá del caso de Amira, de que hay legisladores, por supuesto, en todos los parlamentos que están involucrados en el tema, pero no basta. Los parlamentos todos, de la izquierda, de la derecha, los jóvenes, los veteranos como yo, tenemos que involucrarnos. ¿Por qué? Porque para que esas posibilidades se concreten en línea democrática e inclusiva, se necesitan de los parlamentos. A mí me gusta decir que los parlamentos somos un mal necesario, al menos si queremos un futuro democrático. Y por supuesto, esas amenazas que están ahí y ya están emergiendo con vulneraciones a los derechos humanos, ya, algunas más evidentes, por ejemplo, la vulneración de derechos de los niños, pero también poniendo en riesgo de elecciones democráticas y que se tienen que hacer nuevamente, la desinformación, ya están en la agenda. Ahora bien, y aquí está la clave, ni los parlamentos pueden no hacer nada, porque puede pasar cualquier cosa, pero tampoco podemos, Doreen y Martín y Amira y todos ustedes, hacerlo de la misma manera que lo hacíamos antes. ¡No! Si el mundo cambió extraordinariamente y va a cambiar muchísimo más, los parlamentarios no podemos seguir haciendo lo mismo, de la misma manera que lo hacíamos. Hay una inteligencia artificial que parece que domina todo. ¿Saben qué se necesita para que esa inteligencia artificial pueda estar al servicio, ese noble objetivo de estar al servicio de la humanidad? Una nueva inteligencia política. Una nueva inteligencia política. ¿En qué consiste brevemente? Dejar de ser reactiva como fuimos siempre. Los parlamentos fuimos siempre reactivos. Los parlamentos, ¿qué hacíamos? Mirábamos lo que pasaba y lo poníamos en una ley. Ahora es al revés, porque no podemos seguir la velocidad de los cambios tecnológicos. Es imposible. Un parlamento que quiera abordar estos temas en forma reactiva no sirve para nada. Quizás pueda pretender frenar un poco estos avances que no hay que frenarlos. Hay que construirlos. La clave no está en esperar el determinismo de que las nuevas tecnologías nos traigan lo mejor o lo peor. No. Hay que jugar proactivamente y eso los parlamentos no están capacitados porque los parlamentos nunca fueron proactivos, fueron básicamente reactivos desde que nacieron. Lo otro, segunda clave. Los parlamentos, cada parlamentario hacía lo que le parecía, la izquierda hacía lo que le parecía, la derecha hacía lo que parecía. Ahora, para abordar seriamente y eficazmente este mundo digital, tenemos que actuar colaborativamente, pero no solamente colaborativamente de todos los partidos, sino también colaborativamente con los demás saberes. Dorín nos preguntaba, ¿y qué puede ayudar la ITU? ¿En qué pueden ayudar? En todo lo que nosotros no sabemos. Y no podemos pretender saberlos. Si un parlamentario se pone demasiado tecnológico, desconfíen de él. Por eso la UIP ha venido trazando un camino muy bueno, que es que los parlamentarios empecemos a actuar como ya actuaba la WSIS o los otros organismos de la ONU. ¿Cómo actuaban los otros organismos de la ONU? En forma colaborativa, en forma anticipatoria. Y termino. Ustedes me dirán, pero ¿eso en política es posible? Bueno, por lo pronto digo, es imprescindible, es necesario. Y nosotros aquí compartimos algunas experiencias, como en Uruguay y en otros países del mundo, en América Latina también, en Chile, que las comisiones de futuro, que lo que hacen es enfocarse en estos desafíos, cuando los desafíos son tan enormes, no hay más remedio que cambiar de paradigma y desarrollar una nueva inteligencia política humana, porque si no, es absolutamente imposible abordarlo de la forma que hay que abordar estos temas. ¿Y cómo? Si queremos actuar responsablemente como políticos, sabemos que acá se juega demasiado. Se juega demasiado. Se juega la democracia, se juega los derechos humanos fundamentales y también, como cada vez más se escucha decir de los popes, hay un riesgo existencial. Entonces, tenemos que actuar ya, desarrollando una nueva inteligencia política para este tema, no digo para todos, digo para abordar estos desafíos digitales. Si no lo hacemos ya, mañana puede ser tarde. Gracias, Doris.
Muchas gracias, Rodrigo, por su pasión. Thank you. Excellent points, and look forward to hearing, Nima, perhaps your reflections on what you just heard. Thank you for joining us. We were asking our friends on the panel about shaping our digital future together. What keeps you up at night? What gives you hope and optimism, as you've heard? We're going back and forth between being optimistic, pessimistic. Tell us your thoughts. Hopeful, what worries you? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madame Doreen. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I just want to quickly share, what's just happened this morning. It's already a true example of how we as parliamentarians are wired and driven. I've literally just arrived. My flight was delayed. My daughter graduated yesterday in Edinburgh. And being a mother, trying to juggle motherhood and professionalism, I ditched her so fast and I said IPU and WSIS needs me, so here I am. So I apologize for being a little bit late. Now, first of all, to me, I am truly, truly honored and humbled about this meeting today, because I remember back in 2022 when I met Gitanjali WSIS, a lot of the WSIS activities were going on in exclusion of parliamentarians. Parliamentarians were never part of the picture in terms of being strategically and concretely being part and parcel of this discussion, especially on how to accelerate the implementation of the WSIS action lines. So in 2022, we organized the first WSIS parliamentary engagement, and I'm really happy to see that it's grown, and here we are today doing WSIS with the IPU, which is something really good, and we've made great progress. Now, very quickly, I think I just want to share a few points about what are my concerns. First of all, us as parliamentarians, we have a pivotal role in setting the legal and ethical framework. When we're talking about the use of new technologies, in particular AI, we have to recognize that parliamentarians have that role. But then secondly, we have the opportunity of bridging the global digital divide. And here I would like to call on more capacity building, not only for the users, but also us as legislators, government officials. But at the same time, I would also like to emphasize the importance of making sure that we have enough funding and support for strengthening digital literacy, especially in remote areas, peripheral regions, border regions. We need to emphasize that fact. And then lastly, when we're talking about artificial intelligence, we cannot avoid looking at the whole AI global discourse. We know there's a huge global imbalance here, and AI accountability. Parliamentary has to take on that role of oversight, because we cannot afford to let AI systems continue to be implemented and deployed without having safeguards in place. And it's parliamentarians' role that can put these safeguards in place. But the good news is that the IPU is already leading this agenda. In October 2024, the IPU unanimously adopted the IPU resolution on artificial intelligence that was focusing on the impacts of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And I'm very honored to have been the co-rapporteur of that. So I think having the IPU WSIS high-level discussion here creates an opportunity for the ITU to work with the IPU on making sure that this AI resolution is implemented. We support parliaments to be able to implement this. We support parliaments to be able to reshape the entire AI agenda. And to me, very quickly, the next steps is to, one, the implementation of this IPU AI resolution, but two is to continue working with parliamentarians. Three, we have to address the issue of the manipulation and the way in which AI accelerates online gender-based violence, particularly to women in public office and women politicians, which then silences us, and it diminishes all our efforts towards increasing gender balance in democracy. And then finally, I would also like just to share that the women political leaders, in partnership with Smart Africa, GIZ, and the ITU, are working towards capacitating women political leaders to be FEM AI champions through an initiative that's focusing on Africa and the global FEM AI labs. So such collaborations, such partnerships can take us to where we want. And to conclude, I myself previously was very worried about AI, and I didn't, and as a politician, it's very difficult to comprehend how can you use it. But through this FEM AI Lab initiative with the women political leaders, we as parliamentarians, in particular in Tanzania, have come to see the power of artificial intelligence. Because unlike our colleagues here, let's say in the EU MEPs, first time I went to an EU MEP's office, I was shocked. He had about 5 assistants. He had an assistant for tax issues, an assistant for legal issues, an assistant for policy issues, whereas we, most African parliamentarians, have ourselves. We are the main, and we are the assistants of everything. So with AI, it can save us a lot of time if we want to analyze reports, if we want to analyze policies, if we want to frame our work. But for us to understand that and appreciate that, we need capacity building. And we need access to these tools. These tools are expensive. How can we get access to these tools to be able to appreciate and use them? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nima, and congratulations for your daughter's graduation, and thanks for coming back to us. WSIS does need you. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to Thailand. Online, we have, I believe, Nofodol is with us online. Please, over to you. Welcome. Share with us your hopes and your fears, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead.
Yeah. The Secretary General of IPU and ITU, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nophodon Inna, a senator from Thailand and vice chairperson of the Working Group on Science and Technology of IPU. Ladies and gentlemen, the parliaments are no longer just observers of the digital age. We are key actors in shaping it, whether through passing legislation, setting ethical standards, or enabling innovation. Our role is critical and encouraged by collective commitment shown here to ensure that digital transformation is not only effective, but also inclusive, transparent, and guided by human values. The shared sense of purpose is what I will carry forward. So in response to your question, one thing that gives me hope in the rapid growth of Thailand's digital economy and the strong push from our government under the Thailand 4.0 vision, we are seeing real transformation on the ground. National broadband expansion, digital ID system, and the rise of e-government services are redefining how Thai citizens interact with the state. People are now paying with the prompt pay, registering business online, and accessing public service via apps. The Prachachat Internet Project, which brings free Wi-Fi to rural village, is helping to close the urban-rural gaps. The momentum is visible, and Thai society is increasingly ready to embrace digital transformation. And in the Thai Senate at the moment, most of the senators are using digital technology, such as AI, to help and assist our work. That gives me great optimism. But what keeps me awake at night is the growing digital divide between urban centers like Bangkok, our capital city, and our rural provinces. While 5G speed power the capital, many remote communities still struggle with basic internet access or no access at all. This inequality risks deepening social and economic disparity. At the same time, cybersecurity threats are rising. Online scams, phishing, fake news, and even cyber attacks on government platforms have grown more sophisticated. Many of our citizens, especially the elderly, are vulnerable. Ensuring data privacy under Thailand new Personal Data Protection Act, while also supporting innovation, is another tightrope we must walk. So I'm hopeful because we are moving forward, but caution because we must ensure no one is left behind in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm hearing some cautious optimism there, so I appreciate those comments. And as you said in the beginning, parliamentarians are not observing shaping the digital future. They actually have to be critical and key players to help actually shape it. So I'm going to hand over to you, Secretary General Martin, to take us through the next round of questions. Over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doreen. It's been wonderful, refreshing, listening to the distinguished parliamentarians on this panel today. And we are edified, I think, on the expectations of parliamentarians. They are not illiterate when it comes to the digital age. I think we've heard them very clearly. But one thing that I see that has run through their interventions like a red thread is the issue of inclusivity, is the issue of the digital gap or digital divide that we are witnessing today. And I do understand that they're very anxious to address this particular challenge. So I would like for you, in this room we have people from different areas of work, and that can be very helpful to you parliamentarians. So I just want to ask each of you very quickly, because we're running out of time, and maybe Nima, we will start with you. Just tell us briefly what you think we should be doing, ITU, IPU, and the audience that is here today, to help you deliver on the expectations of your people, because at the end of the day, you want, as representatives of the people, to be able to meet their expectations when it comes to access to digital technologies on an ongoing basis. Can you?
Thank you very much. You put me on the spot, Secretary General, but I'll try. My big ask, I think, most of the tech companies, especially the multinational tech companies, are from the global north. And I can say all of them, their annual turnover in terms of their sales at times is more than our national GDPs. So one of the things that I think ITU, IPU can easily do to support is to find a mechanism of bringing the senior decision makers from these tech companies meeting with parliamentarians.
Okay.
Because we are then able to tell the tech companies directly the issues that we are grappling with when we're using their technology. Because if we try to do it on our own, we're too small for them to listen. But if it's the ITU and the IPU, it changes the narrative. And why do I say this? Number one, there are challenges of language barrier, even with the AI. Number two, and this I'm speaking from experience, when you experience abuse, online abuse, and you report it on the online platforms, if, for example, it's in Kiswahili, it depends on the tool or the AI on the other side, how it's translating what was said. So in their context, it seems like it's not a violation. But in my context, it is an utter violation. So there are those dynamics that need to be discussed. Number 3, small issues of verification. As when you're a public leader, you're more prone for your identity to be used and to have fake narratives or fake tweets or fake things like that made on you. But there is no way to depict that this is not you, because the entire process of doing the verifications, it's almost impossible. And even when they say if you're a public official, you can get waivers, you can get this, if you're coming from the global south, it doesn't really work like that. And then lastly is the access of the tools. These companies make a lot of money. Surely they should have some sort of CSR, or in partnership with the IPU and the ITU, they can come up with a mechanism. And this is something also the Women Political Leaders is trying to push on seeing how can parliamentarians, at least say from the least developed countries, the least medium income countries, get access to these tools. Because we are only going to be able to regulate what we know. But if we remain not knowing it, we're going to have stringent regulations, which then are not going to be helpful for the growth of the digital sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nima. I did not actually put you on the spot because you responded brilliantly. Thank you. Let me turn to Amira. You were very expansive on your hopes and your fears and as a parliamentarian. Tell us now, what do you think we can do to support you?
Yes, first I consider that every fiber cable we lay is a vote for equity. So what I expect the ITU more to do is put the rural connectivity at the center of every program they have. For Egypt, I mentioned the Partner to Connect. I wish that the pledges for this program could actually intensify, and we can capitalize on that and to extend that to Africa. I think that Africa has a huge potential for its youth, for the future, for bringing them to employability properly. So more of debt release programs in exchange or swaps for digitalization is something which I very much vote for. I think also we need to use GIGA to map and finance the school connectivity. GIGA, the joint ITU UNICEF program, it's an excellent one, which brings connectivity to schools, because I think it all starts and ends at schools, and how can we empower this setup for better education and consequently for better future for everyone. I think also that giving regulators and engineer world-class skills is very much crucial. Same goes for parliamentarians as well. I hope that there would be a policy radar that maps everything related globally to connectivity, digitization, and AI. Everything related to that could have a kind of a radar where every parliamentarian could access it, learn from it, and is encouraged to share their experiences on that. I think also that we should think about how to make the cyberspace safer and more inclusive, especially for the vulnerable groups, for women. I can tell you about women who could lose their life to deep fakes, to the potential consequences of AI on the negative note. These are important issues which we should actually talk about, how we can make sure that deep fakes are easily identified, and how can we help the one who does this accountable. And for this, I also thought there should be an exchange of knowledge about the classification of data, because according to the sensitivity of data, there should be a kind of legal liability that is really governing this on a better note. I think also agri-tech is something extremely important. We all suffer from a food safety issue, and this relates to everything else. So using the advanced technologies and using AI for agri-tech and building the capacities of farmers through even the link of parliamentarians to this could be an extremely important work. Again, every investment of a fiber cable is a vote to equity, which I hope ITU and IPU could help us to achieve on ground.
Thank you very much. That point you made about online safety is a very crucial one, because we have evidence that women parliamentarians are particular targets of online violence. Then what about the ordinary people? So I think you have a strong point. Can we go over to Bangkok before we come back to Rodrigo or Uruguay? Nopadol, are you still online? Yes.
Hello,
please.
yes.
Yeah. How can we help you?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Secretary General Martin. Actually, under the Working Group on Science and Technology of IPU, they have done a lot of good job. For example, they've trained the staff member of the Parliamentary in Jordan and the Parliamentarian in Vietnam. So the program are still going on. So in this case, I would like to add to your question is that nowadays technology must serve people, not replace them. As we enter the age of AI and global connectivities, our digital progress must be guided by human values and shared responsibility. The IPU and ITU play a key role in this journey, helping us navigate complexities, build capacities, and share global solutions. With your support, we can create inclusive, secure, and future-ready digital policy that truly leaves no one behind. That is what I would like to add on this in my final words. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Secretary General.
Thank you, Nopadol. I think this is in line with the push to address the ethical dilemmas of technological innovation. Thank you. And let me turn to Rodrigo.
Creo que todos somos contestes de que el mejor camino es la colaboración, pero no solamente como oportunidad, sino como necesidad. ITU y IPU ya tienen camino recorrido en ese paradigma de la colaboración y funciona. A los que más nos cuesta ese paradigma es a los políticos. Los políticos estamos acostumbrados a la confrontación. Ahora bien, como bien decía Nima, es imposible abordar todos los temas de seguridad, de protección, incluso de accesibilidad, sin todas las partes, las empresas, las grandes organizaciones. Es que creo que llegó el momento, ahora sí por necesidad y no tanto por amor, de establecer un nuevo modelo. La UIP viene trabajando excepcionalmente, como decía el senador, en este proceso de integrar las tecnologías y la nueva digitalización a los parlamentos. Lo que creo que llegó el momento es de iniciar un nuevo paradigma, que los parlamentarios aprendamos, pero veamos, experimentamos que por lo menos para estos desafíos digitales el paradigma de la colaboración y la anticipación es bueno. Nos sirve a todos y vamos a poder responder a los ciudadanos, que es nuestra principal responsabilidad. Los ciudadanos nos van a aplaudir si colaboramos y conseguimos estos objetivos que en el horizonte se plantean como muy difíciles de lograr. Por lo tanto, yo creo que la WSIS, en este Plus 20, puede plantear en la continuación de estos procesos que han sido exitosos, bueno, iniciar un nuevo modelo en este proceso de esa nueva inteligencia política con un nuevo paradigma, un cambio de paradigma anticipatorio, colaborativo, que experimentado globalmente podamos replicarlo en nuestros parlamentos nacionales, porque los parlamentos nacionales no somos tontos. Si vemos que algo funciona y que está consiguiendo resultados que son cada vez más demandados, vamos a replicarlos con gusto en nuestros parlamentos nacionales, y ahí IPU y ITU tienen un papel clave para ayudarnos y liderar este proceso que después los parlamentarios podremos aplicarlo y replicarlo. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. I know that you're very tuned into the role of parliaments as anticipating the future and making sure that we are fit for purpose when something actually emerges. Thank you. I believe we're out of time. Where's Gitangi? We take our cue from you. Where is she? We need to conclude at this stage? Yes, okay. Yeah, we need to wrap up, and Doreen, maybe I would like to take one question from the floor, because Nima mentioned something that was important, the need for outreach to the private sector, to the high-tech companies, to make sure that they are in sync with Parliament's expectations and parliamentarians' expectations in terms of accessibility. Do we have any representatives from the private sector here, the corporate sector, who might want to respond to this challenge? No? I don't see it so dark in the room. No, but the message is clear. I think the records of this meeting will make that point abundantly clear, just as the other points that were made here. But before I hand over the floor to Doreen to conclude this session, I think that we come out of these deliberations quite edified, that we're not talking to, as I said, people who are digitally illiterate. Parliamentarians are fairly aware. They need to understand better, because it's a very, I would say, detailed, complex world we're dealing with. And I'm reminded of what you said. You cannot make policy on something that you do not understand. Amira, I think it's important that we continue to build knowledge among parliamentarians of the development of new technologies and the implications thereon for the lives of the people. And I still go back to the issue of inclusivity. Parliamentarians are that community that can help improve upon equity of access to these technologies. They have the potential, I think we've heard, to establish policies that bring this about, but also they have the potential to help govern technological innovation, which currently is very much unregulated. I think it's very important. And the issue of resources, I think that point was made here, and I think it's a very important one. The parliamentarian of the global north may not have issues with regard to resources. They may have other issues, but those of the south need more resources in a way that will help them address the concerns of their citizens, their constituents. And the point about the parliament of the future, I think it is a very important notion that parliaments have to be ahead of the curve. They have to continue to anticipate what is going to happen in the future and be prepared to address those as they go on. So that is my key takeaway from this meeting. Doreen, I just want to say as we close that for the IPU, we don't think that this should be a one-off event. We should not just come and talk and leave. And I do know that you share this view that we can work together to build those capacities that we've heard a lot about today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin, and thank you to our distinguished panelists. I think this has been a terrific session, and I fully agree, Secretary General. We can't stop here. We got to keep going, and it's wonderful that you have your summit approaching in 2 weeks, I guess, so we can continue the conversation there. But what I also think is great is that we wrap up the WSIS Forum today. Throughout the week, we have had gatherings of different stakeholders in the WSIS community. So we've had the regulators, we've had the ministers, we've had the civil society, the technical community, academia, UN partners, and last but not least, a critical piece of the equation, which is our parliamentarians. And I think that, I don't know that we planned it on purpose that way, but I think it's a great way to wrap things up. Because as our friend from Thailand said, you can't be observing. You actually have to be part of this process in shaping the digital future. I would say from the ITU perspective, we hear you and your concerns. We know we have to close that digital divide. We have to tackle cybersecurity issues. We have to tackle digital literacy issues. We have to tackle even affordability issues, that online harm and harassment, Nima, that we've talked about for years. We got to get to that. So we hear you on that front. Also, the opportunities to engage with tech companies. I think we can be facilitators in bringing those constituent groups together. And of course, the need for us together as IPU and ITU, and we're neighbors, so we can certainly do this, Martin. I think we can help to advance collaboration, advance partnerships, and also to address the specific needs that you have when it comes to capacity building for parliamentarians, and I think that's something we'd be quite happy to take forward. As we look to the WSIS plus 20, I think coming to the future, as you so eloquently shared, together we will find ways to make sure that we future-proof this process and we make sure that we take into account the needs of your various constituents. So thank you again for those wonderful comments. And Martin, more to come from you and me. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We would like to thank the esteemed panelists for the high-level dialogue on the role of parliaments in shaping our digital future, co-organized by ITU and IPU. And thank ITU Secretary General Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, Mr. Martin Jugong, the IPU Secretary General, and our esteemed parliamentarians coming from Tanzania, Ms. Nima Lugangira, Ms. Amira Saber from Egypt, Mr. Rodrigo Goni from Uruguay, and our remote participant, Mr. Nopkhadol Na from Thailand. Thank you once again for joining us for this high-level dialogue, and we are inviting you to stay back for the following session in room C. That is Law, Tech, Humanity and Trust, interactive session organized by the International Red Cross. Thank you very much.
sit on the second one.
It's fine, I'll survive. I'll just get them to make sure Mauro is able to join.
voters we have over this ballot. So usually 5 people, but then you zoom in and you take pictures.
So I removed data as an object. I removed
Okay. So Sumit, are the GCF people online?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the plan?
Well,
you guys will have your panel, and then I can ask for the floor when you open it for Q&A, and then I'll say something. Okay, Joel, you know that, right?
Yes.
So
What
when
is
you
it?
open it for Q&A, I will ask for the floor.
Yeah.
The GCF guys online will ask. Okay, the Saudi guys online.
Okay.
We just need to add. We just need to have Mauro on.
We need to have Mauro online as well.
Okay, no. So you do your thing. When the time comes, I'll just say something.
Okay. All right. And here's Mauro, but we don't see. I see him here, but not up there. Shall I wait?
Yeah, but I guess can you maybe ask them to put.
For tech, can we please have Mauro on the big screen for the audience? Okay, très bien. Merci. All right, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen and excellencies, thank you for being here with us today. The session right now is about a project of the International Committee of the Red Cross to establish a digital form of the protective emblems of the Geneva Conventions, the Red Cross, Crescent, and Crystal in the cyber domain. And today you'll be joined with our colleagues, Samit Decuna, who's a legal advisor at the International Committee of the Red Cross. And online we have Mauro Vignati, who's a tech advisor also at the International Committee of the Red Cross. And I'll be with you moderating this session. My name is Joelle, and I'm a digital risks advisor also at the Red Cross. So ladies and gentlemen, over 160 years ago, states established a distinctive emblem to identify, during armed conflict, medical and humanitarian operations that benefit from specific protections under international humanitarian law. The use of these distinctive emblems, like I said, the Red Cross, Red Crescent, and Red Crystal, as you see on the screen, the use of these emblems indicates to adversaries in armed conflict that a certain person or an object or an entity are protected. And by that, we mean that their function is otherwise not a legitimate military target. These are universally endorsed and accepted symbols. They have global recognitions by states and also even non-state actors, and therefore they have that protective function during armed conflict. Today, advances in ICTs and other technologies are rapidly changing and giving rise to new methods and shifts in trends during armed conflict and the conduct of warfare, and the behaviors of parties involved in armed conflict. Amongst others, we see increasing use of cyber attack on critical infrastructure. We also observe how harmful information activities may also be targeting humanitarian organizations and others. Back when the emblems were endorsed or created, they became a marker of protected persons and entity. However, today, back then also, the type of actors involved, the weapon delivery systems, the mechanisms, were quite different. Today, with digital technologies, we see an introduction of new or different type of actors in the ecosystem of armed conflict, such as hackers, cyber groups. Some may be motivated by criminality, others by ideology, others maybe just proxies to states. Either way, the digital ecosystem that is surrounding armed conflict and violence today becomes a space through which harmful and malicious activities using ICTs are conducted in ways that may also cause harm to civilians and to people. So an attack on humanitarian organizations' data systems, for example, may actually eventually lead to disappearances of people. A cyber attack on a critical infrastructure, especially in times of conflict or crisis, may mean that the functioning of essential services, of services essential to the well-being and the survival of population, may be disrupted. And as you imagine, in situations of armed conflict, we may be talking about life and death situations. So today we ask in this session, and with our colleagues, with our experts, how can this mark, this protective mark, this emblem, that signals protection under IHL be extended to digital infrastructure? How can it also be extended to the cyber domain? In the same way, how can states ensure that the protection of data of medical services and humanitarian operations is respected? How can states and parties to armed conflict fulfill their obligation to respect and protect these services? Cyber activities by states or other that may lead to damaging, deleting, encrypting, or otherwise interfering with with such data may become an IHL violation. So how can that be addressed through the use of this emblem? Today, in a world that is as interconnected and reliant on digital tools as we use today, and powered by digital infrastructure, it is imperative to consider that the use and the adaptation of protective emblems in ways that are usable and can deliver on their purpose, not only in the physical context, but also in the context of cyber operations during armed conflict. For all of these reasons, for the past few years, the ICRC has worked with tech experts, I imagine some of them in the room today, with governments, with humanitarian organizations and the private sector, to identify avenues to digitalize this emblem as a digital marker of protection, meaning to find a way to signal through cyber means, computer to computer, the same protection message that the Red Cross emblem sends on the battlefield to adversaries or between adversaries. So now, on that, I turn back to our experts and to hear from them about the Digital Red Cross emblem project. So, Samit, if I may begin with you, can you first tell us a bit more about the project? Why and how did this project get started, and what has been achieved so far?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joelle. So maybe I'll start first by thanking the ITU and really all of the organizers of WSIS Plus 20 for giving us the space this year to talk about this project. It's a project that I think from humble beginnings has really grown into a force for good with multi-stakeholder buy-in and involvement. So the Digital Emblem project is really rooted in very concrete operational concerns. First of all, the increasing dependence of the medical services and humanitarian operations on digital infrastructure, very much mirroring, of course, the digitalization of our societies and the dependence also of civilian populations on digital infrastructure. And then second is just simply the growing reality that cyber operations have become have become part of armed conflicts, part of the landscape of armed conflict. So the project began for the ICRC in 2020. It was really sort of prompted by this growing concern and the recognition that the legal protections under international humanitarian law, specifically those that are afforded to the medical services and humanitarian operations, are not visible in cyberspace. And this was, with that landscape that I just portrayed, that this was becoming increasingly untenable. The specific protections of the medical services and, the humanitarian operations of the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement are some of the oldest rules of international humanitarian law. I mean, if you think about the basis for the signing of the very first Geneva Convention, a few minutes drive from here in the mairie, the town hall of Geneva in 1864, the logic was to create these specific protections for the personnel, the objects, and the infrastructure that provides support to victims of armed conflict, to the wounded, to the sick, to civilians that are affected by conflict, and also to integrate then this distinctive emblem, the Red Cross, which was eventually joined by the sister emblems, the Red Crescent and Red Crystal, to identify then that specific protection that was created in the law. So that's really where it all starts, this desire of states to protect those persons, those objects, and that infrastructure in situations of armed conflict. But today, with the reality of cyber operations being part of armed conflict and the reality that, of course, there's this dependence on digital infrastructure, there is yet an equivalent signal in cyberspace for that legal protection. So since 2020, we've really taken a collaborative, multi-stakeholder approach to the Digital Emblem project, which ultimately, and my colleague Mauro, who's the technical lead on the project, will do a much better job explaining sort of the technical nuances of what a digital emblem is. But ultimately, it's a marker that signals to cyber operators that a given digital asset is protected under international humanitarian law. So Joël, you asked about some of the milestones. I mean, you know, one key milestone was in 2023, the publication of the expert report on the feasibility, the use, and the means of integrating into international humanitarian law a digital emblem. And that report, of course, it's a report of an expert meeting, but really it was 3 years in the making because it came from consultations that we did with states, more broadly with the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. So when I refer to the movement, I'm referring, of course, to the International Federation of the Red Cross, one component of the movement, as well as the 191 national societies of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. And so consultations with the movement, consultations with the private sector, and consultations more broadly with cyber experts, you know, on questions of feasibility, of use, of what would a digital emblem look like if we could have one. And that really culminated with that report, which suggested that, yes, this is something that stakeholders are interested in. Yes, this is something that the international community recognizes as important. And really, since the publication of that report, we've really moved the project forward in many different, as sort of the different pillars of law, diplomacy, and of course the technical development. And that sort of then also reflects some of the other milestones that I'll talk about. So the next milestone, and really a key one, was at the last international conference of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. So this is a conference that takes place every 4 years. And at the 34th conference, and this is you know, a conference that brings together all 196 states party to the Geneva Conventions, as well as all of the different components of the movement that I just mentioned, a resolution was adopted, Resolution 2, on protecting civilians and other protected persons and objects from the potential harms of ICT activities in armed conflict. The resolution that's colloquially known as the ICT resolution. That resolution was adopted at the international conference and encouraged, in operative paragraph 12, encouraged work by the ICRC on the digital emblem. So this was, of course, a monumental moment for the project because it was the first time you had sort of this interstate buy-in and the entire movement coming together and supporting the work on a digital emblem. A few weeks after the adoption of the resolution, the Cybersecurity Tech Accords adopted something called a Digital Emblem Pledge. So for those of you that don't know, the Cybersecurity Tech Accords is a group of something like 160 technology companies that together represent over 1 billion clients globally. And the Tech Accords adopted the Digital Emblem Pledge, also in a way mirroring the resolution, supporting you know, continued work on the digital emblem and pledging support for the digital emblem project. So, you know, together, you know, these are incredibly significant milestones. I mean, if we combine the ICT resolution with the pledge on the digital emblem, you know, we see that we really have a broad group of stakeholders recognizing the importance, first of all, of the applicability of international humanitarian law to the use of ICTs in armed conflict, but also the importance of developing tools that make sure that IHL stays relevant in the 21st century. The final milestone I'll talk about is sort of on the technical development. So about 1.5 years ago, and this will be, of course, a big part of our conversation today, we brought the Digital Emblem project to the Internet Engineering Task Force. And this was the result, this is one of the fruits, if you will, of our discussions with the private sector that very much encouraged bringing the Digital Emblem to the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, where there have been now discussions for over 1 year on the project. And we're very grateful that a few weeks ago, a charter was adopted at the IETF for the establishment of a working group. The working group, the DIEM or DIEM working group, will begin work actually in a couple of weeks at IETF 123 in Madrid. And so here, you know, is one of the sort of avenues, one of the work streams where we'll really have, you know, technical development of internet standards for the digital emblem, which of course doesn't foreclose other, you know, avenues for technical development, for discussion on standards, but is one, I think, important avenue where we'll have that discussion. Of course, now at the IETF, the working group is on digital emblems more broadly. So of course, you know, today we're talking about the Red Cross, Crescent, and Crystal. There are other IHL emblems, for example, the Blue Shield emblem emblem of the 1954 Hague Convention. UNESCO has also joined the discussions at the IETF, as well as the Blue Shield International, which sort of brings together many organizations working on the Blue Shield, have also joined these technical discussions. And then also more broadly, the IETF is looking at, what could this concept of digital emblem mean, in international law more broadly, even outside of international law. So, it's a really, I think, interesting and flexible discussion where we'll really be able to develop sort of meaningful technical standards for the project.
Thank you, Sami. If I may also continue on this positive note and all the achievements that have been accomplished so far, I want to challenge you a little bit. Today, if we look at international headlines, it is not the protections that you indicated that dominate the headlines. It's rather potentially violations of the law. So, if I may challenge, on what basis do we believe that the use of a protective emblem also in the cyberspace, a digital emblem, can also be protective?
Thanks, Joel. That's a really fair and I think necessary question. Maybe I'll actually answer this question by challenging you back. This is how discussions go internally at ICRC all the time, actually. You're absolutely right, of course. The fact that there have been cases of misuse of the emblem or, in fact, targeting of infrastructure that bear the physical emblem is often in the news. And maybe I'll challenge this by saying that's actually a good thing, right? The fact that violations of international humanitarian law make the news is sort of part of how international humanitarian law is designed. I mean, it's important to see that happening. It's important that, different stakeholders, communities, states, civilian populations are aware that these violations happen and then are able in their different ways and different capacities to take action. But it's really important here that we don't lose sight of the forest for the trees. Because the reality is, when IHL is respected and when the emblem is respected, which I dare say is most of the time, that doesn't make it in the news. And that's also a good thing. We don't want to be overwhelmed with cases of, well, the emblem was respected here and here and here, and it led to all of these positive results. Of course, that's not going to be in the news, and it shouldn't be in the news. We need to focus on when things go wrong and how to mitigate that. But the fact is, and this is not at all hyperbole, the distinctive emblems remain one of the most respected symbols globally, and we really cannot lose sight of that in this discussion. And its legal and moral weight has been incredibly significant in the last 160 years. And so, of course, we will lose sight of that if we only think of the violations. But that's simply not the reality. I mean, a lot of the work that's done by the medical services in situations of armed conflict is only possible because of the trust in the emblem, because the trust that the medical services have in the emblem, because of the trust that parties to conflict have, that when the emblem is born, it's born by entities that in fact have this specific protection under international humanitarian law. That's the reason they're able to undertake that work. A lot of us at ICRC have also, had sort of past lives in operational contexts in situations of conflict. I mean, I personally can say that without the emblem, a lot of the work that I did, would be completely impossible because you're working in situations of armed conflict and you need to believe that if you're bearing the emblem will be respected. And that really is the case a lot of the time. And I think your question actually ties more broadly to this broader question of compliance with international humanitarian law. And I think there's a lot that we can be discouraged about in sort of recent history. Let's say in the last few years. It's also important to remember that accountability is not the only tool of compliance, right? Compliance is multifaceted. There's many different aspects of compliance, and I dare say when IHL is violated and we look to accountability as a tool for compliance, it's not the perfect tool because it means a violation has already taken place. But there's many other tools for compliance, right? There's, prevention strategies that are in place. There's trainings to the armed forces and to parties to armed conflict. The ICRC has a bilateral confidential dialogue with parties to armed conflict, what we call our protection dialogue, which is a key tool of compliance. It's not a public tool. It's not always recorded when a party respected international humanitarian law because of a dialogue, because of protection. But those are also really, really important tools. So we have to remember that as well. It is frustrating when IHL is violated. It is frustrating when accountability doesn't work the way it needs to work. But compliance is much broader than that. And if we look simply at the history of the emblem and really more broadly on the history of international humanitarian law, I mean, it has been an incredible tool to protect victims victims of armed conflict over the last 160 years. Maybe one last thing I'll say is that, cyberspace, of course, poses new challenges. And one question Mauro and I we always get is this question of, what about accountability in cyberspace? I mean, this is another dimension, a whole, like a exponentially, more difficult question, and that's true. And the digital emblem is not going to be a panacea for that accountability discussion that takes place in Geneva, in New York, and elsewhere. But again, it's a tool for that. It's not just symbolic. I mean, it's a pragmatic, technical tool that's designed to support compliance, like some of the other tools that I've just mentioned. It creates the possibility of restraint, because we've been directly told by cyber operators that sometimes it is impossible or very difficult to identify certain digital infrastructure as specifically protected. So it is a tool in that broader toolbox of compliance to encourage respect for international humanitarian law.
Thank you, Samit. You make my next question to Mauro a bit difficult. Mauro, if I may bring you in on the conversation now, speaking of the tools, and in the beginning of his answer, Samit mentioned potential misuse. I want to go to you now with a question about risks involved in using the digital emblem. For example, digitally marking or identifying a medical or a humanitarian entity, could that also expose them? Or could, for example, a false use or misuse of the digital emblem be marked? For example, when falsely marking a military as otherwise unprotected infrastructure. How are we looking at mitigating such risks, and what other risks should we be aware of?
Thank you very much, Joel. I would also thank you, ITU, for giving us the opportunity to speak today, and also welcoming all our guests listening to our panel. So this is a very interesting question, as we have received this remark or question several times from several stakeholders, being then from state, from governments, from private technology companies, from civil society. So the goal of the project is to translate one-to-one, to port the physical emblem into the digital space. So we're using the same concept, the same rules that apply in the physical space in the digital one. So as the protected entities in the physical space, they show the emblem, right? And we need to have exactly the same situation in the digital one. So the main goal is to show and to prevent the emblem to potential threat actors that if they behave responsibly, they will they will refrain from attacking those assets. So that said, we have seen criminal groups like ransomware groups, for instance, that are targeting specifically hospitals. This means that even without a digital emblem, it's already possible to identify specially protected assets like the servers of hospitals through different ways, like using specific search engines or other methodology to identify those assets. So with or without digital emblem, it's already now possible to identify those possible potential targets. So we don't think that the emblem will increase the impact on these assets. But again, we don't have statistical meaning to say this. We tend to think that we are replicating exactly the same situation as the physical one. But to avoid that the emblem could become a risk for those assets, one of the fundamental function of the emblem is to be removed in situation where exposing the emblem could become a risky factor. And so this means that once the emblem is created, the digital emblem is created, every asset that is using the emblem can remove or use the emblem depending from the situation they believe to be in. So this is the aspect about presenting the emblem. On the misuse, there could be potentially misuse of the emblem. What we try to do is, with the cryptographic certificates, because the emblem is represented by cryptographic certificates, those cryptographic certificates will be published and will be publicly seen. So every new certificate that will be published will be visible in a bucket of cryptographic certificates. This means that every organization can monitor if new certificates will be published with their private key meaning that a possible breach happened at the organization and someone is producing a certificate on their name. So this is something that we are willing to implement. And then state and non-state actor could logically also use the digital emblem to protect a digital military asset. This is also happening in the physical space where the emblem is misused to protect a military asset. And so this is also possible, could be possible also in the digital space, but it's not because we are talking about a digital project that magically all the problem of the physical emblem will be solved in the digital space. So this is something that happened, but we also know that the misuse can be addressed, and then the state must respond to this misuse. So if there's going to be a misuse in the digital space because someone is producing certificates that are protecting military assets, by announcing and seeing how these digital certificates are used, that those kind of issues can be addressed.
Thanks a lot, Mauro. Another question for you. You mentioned that we're trying to translate from the physical to the digital the same realities and uses and preventions. Can you walk us through the importance of developing technical standards for the digital emblem to that end? And since we're also speaking of misuses, has there been any precedence in IHL with regards to incorporating technical standards so they are respected and adopted?
So on technical standards are key to speak the same language, so to say, right? In many fields, standards are paramount to harmonize a globalized exchange. So without standard, we could not have exchange at different levels, not just the technological one, but different activities of our societies. So specifically in our domain, the internet standards are the ones that give us the possibility to build applications that create a common capability to communicate. So I'm thinking about web surfing, to the use of applications. All those technologies are standardized. So without the standardization, we would have a very fragmented world with all the challenges that are bound to this kind of fragmentation. So specifically in the domain of digital technologies, we can imagine if every country has a different standard, we would have a problem in the interoperability of those technologies. This is why it's very important now to be at the Internet Engineering Task Force. We have a dedicated working group. Why the Internet Engineering Task Force, the IETF, is because it's the entity, the international entity that is producing the majority of the internet standards. So it's the most recognized and most implemented standards worldwide are coming from the IETF, and that's why we started this working project. And the working project and the working group means that all the parties, and then can be a government, can be tech companies, can be the society at all, can participate in the discussion on how to standardize the technology. So this is why it's very fundamental to have this kind of standardization.
Thank you. Sami, before I go back to Mauro for one last question, do you want to comment on the IHL precedents?
I would love to. Your question touched on whether there's precedence for this, for potentially, incorporating technical standards into international humanitarian law, and the answer is definitely there's precedence. So I'll talk about a historical one and maybe a more recent one. So I mentioned already 1864, the very first Geneva Convention, 1864 Geneva Convention that was signed a few minutes from here. Drive. A year before the signing of the 1864 Geneva Convention, there was, in a way, what was the first international conference of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. Obviously, it wasn't called that in 1863. It's not even really formally recognized as the first conference, if we count, the last one as the 34th conference. But at least spiritually, it was sort of the first conference in 1863, and they had a role of finding some kind of standardized way of identifying the medical services and what would eventually become the movement of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. And it was actually at that 1863 conference that there was a resolution that adopted the Red Cross, and like I said, later came the Red Crescent and the Red Crystal, but it was at that 1863 conference where that Red Cross was adopted. Why? Because before that, the medical services used some way to distinguish themselves, but it was different. Every state had a different way of identifying themselves. So some states, for example, used the rod of Asclepius, right? So the medical, the rod with the serpent, they used that for their medical services. Others used simply, a white armlet. There were many different ways of identifying the medical services, and it wasn't standardized. And what was determined in 1863 was that as a sort of a complement to the fact that this was being adopted in Switzerland, as well as a few other reasons, what was adopted was the inverse of the Swiss flag. So the Swiss flag being a white cross on a red background, the emblem that was adopted was a red cross on a white background. And that became a standard that was then incorporated 1 year later into that very first Geneva Convention. So if you think about it, that kind of technical standardization being incorporated into law, which granted it's not the same level of technical standardization, the history of that is as old as international humanitarian law itself. But a more recent example comes in the 1970s, where technologies were changing and the means of certain technologies to identify yourself were also changing. And basically, when the first additional protocol was adopted, the additional protocol to the Geneva Conventions, there were 3 protocols, 2 of them were adopted in 1977. When the first protocol was adopted, something was created called a distinctive signal. So the distinctive signal is certain light and radio signals to identify, for example, medical aircraft as well as medical ships. And in the annex of Additional Protocol 1, you have the standards of ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization. I think it's document 9051, that's directly incorporated in Article 7 of the technical annex, so Annex 1 of Additional Protocol 1. In Article 8, so the very next article of that annex, you have radio regulations, actually of the ITU, that are directly incorporated into Article 8 of the annex, and therefore directly incorporated into international humanitarian law. So we absolutely have precedents for this, and that discussion of how do we, once standards are developed, how do we incorporate them into international humanitarian law? Well, that's going to be a conversation that we will have with the movement, with states, and with other stakeholders to determine the best way of doing that.
Thank you, Sami. Mauro, a last question for you. We're hearing from Summit, but moving from colors and flags to crypto certificates, we are right now also alongside the AI for Good Summit, and I feel like it's an important question to ask. How, as we understand the digital emblem as a protective emblem, how do you think it will also interact, or how will AI interact with such a digital emblem? We can't hear you.
Excuse me, but I was not able to unblock me. So thank you for the question, Joel. So what we observe is that AI is more and more equipping capabilities in armed conflict. So being in the cyber domain, but also most generally in the more broad digital domain. So we see the first use of AI in cyber offensive operations. We see AI implemented in cyber defensive capabilities, but also many other fields like decision support systems or drones are now equipped with AI too. So this is why we need a digital emblem that is detectable also by cyber offensive tools that have no human being operating them. So, and here I'm thinking about tools that are able to self-replicate from computer to computer, from network to network, that are able to take their own decision on how to spread in the network and how to operate against a target. So this means that malware, or we call them offensive or malicious code that operates without human intervention, must be equipped with the capability to identify the emblem, and this independently from the operator. So from one perspective, operators are very fundamental in identifying this cryptographic certificate. From the other, we need a possibility, a technological possibility where the malware must be coded in a way that they look for the emblem, and understanding if the emblem is present, the attack must be aborted. And this is something that we would like to see in the implementation in the coming month through the standardization.
Thank you, Mauro. That brings to mind a lot more questions, but since we have 20 minutes left, I'd like to move right now and give the floor to the room and to the audience online. I am, however, told that we have colleagues online that would like to make a statement or ask a question. I'm not sure if we can bring them on. I believe it's a question from the Global Cybersecurity Forum. Colleagues online? Yep. Okay. All right. Well, until that is addressed, then we move to the audience in the room. If there are any questions, I see a hand over here. Do you have a microphone?
Yeah.
Just grab this one.
Is it on? Yeah, okay. Thanks. My name is Preetham Malur and I'm from the ITU. It's just an observation I wanted to make. The ITU constitution highlights the importance of protection of telecommunication infrastructure. Also, the right of access to means of communication. It's spread throughout the Constitution Convention, but there are very specific areas, including the preamble, which talks about peaceful means and all that. So this topic is very important to us, and we are here at the WSIS forum. If you look at the WSIS outcome documents, it's all about delivering citizen services, use of ICTs in emergency response and disaster risk reduction. There are so many of these examples. So what you're doing is extremely valuable for us. Regarding the standardization aspect, I'm sure ITU is a standards body also. You have the AI for Good happening in the same venue. AI standards is something we work on. But this is something we are doing new. We have a long history and network infrastructure standards. So while you're targeting the internet standards, there might be other layers that you might also want to look at. And ITU has 194 member states, but also more than 1,000 private sector entities. So it will be interesting to explore what other layers this could go into network standards. And that's a conversation we are happy to initiate with you. Probably, while I know that when ICRC developed this, you had multi-stakeholder consultations, but I think to take it forward, you probably need a lot more consultations. So we would be happy to be part of that also. So again, overall, great work. Happy to engage.
Thank you. I will take maybe one or two more comments and questions, please. If you may, please identify yourself.
Thank you very much. Luc Dokendorf, I'm the Ambassador for Cyber and Digital of Luxembourg, and we are very happy and proud to host the ICRC's cyber delegation in Luxembourg, and we're also happy to be able to help you together with Mexico and Switzerland to co-chair the working group on the impact of ICTs on international security that was launched by the ICRC president. This is a very helpful session, I think, and you've come to the right place because WSIS is all about multi-stakeholderism. And you've mentioned the work that's being done with the technical community at the IETF, and we have an opening with ITU, which I think is excellent as well. You've also mentioned the Cyber Tech Accord people. I was wondering if there were also openings or things that you can be doing or that you can talk about reaching out to the broader tech community, about the hackers and about others, and the cultural work that can be done. International humanitarian law over decades and generations has been inculcated into militaries that they realize that you don't shoot at the Red Crescent or the Red Cross or the Red Crystal, but what more can we do to reach out to activists and to others? Is there something that states can help with, or that other community members of WSIS can be helpful with? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question, almost like drawing a roadmap for the steps going forward on the project. I will take one last question before I move back to the experts. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Ollie. I work in humanitarian law and I'm from Australia. My question is surrounding the digital gap we're seeing between developed and developing countries. Obviously, we see, particularly in times of humanitarian crises, lots of countries and services in these more developing countries are less able to access ICT services where the digital emblem would be most needed. So I wanted to know what strategies Red Cross is using to try and overcome this digital gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Samit and Mauro, not easy questions, yes. Inspiring as well. So, Samit, may I start with you quickly?
Yeah, definitely. So thank you for all of those questions and comments. Pritam, thank you so much for the support. We'll definitely be in touch. We're very happy to work with the ITU and sort of build our multi-stakeholder process. That would be wonderful. In terms of reaching out to kind of non-traditional, we'll say, interlocutors for the International Committee of the Red Cross, I mean, it's really important, and it's definitely something we're doing. Of course, we focus now on the Digital Emblem project. The reality is that our work on cyber and new technologies more broadly is multifaceted, and there's multiple different aspects to that. One of them is indeed reaching out to hacktivist communities, to hacker groups, to certain groups that might be also associated with parties to conflict and working in the cyber domain. Perhaps you're familiar, but last year the ICRC published something called the 8 Rules for Hackers. Actually, I'll probably let Mauro talk a little bit more about that because he was one of the authors of the 8 Rules. So I'm sure he'll build on that. But that was an important part of our work. It ended up getting quite a bit of traction. It was published by the BBC and by some other big organizations. The interesting thing about the 8 Rules for Hackers and then the 4 recommendations for states is that they're actually just restatements of existing rules. So one thing that people might not be familiar with is that IHL applies, of course, to parties to conflicts. It also applies to any person who's participating in hostilities. So the conduct hostilities rules apply to everyone. And of course, if you're participating in hostilities as an individual hacktivist that's not affiliated with a party to a conflict, but in the context of an armed conflict, then of course the conduct hostilities rules of IHL apply to you. And it is a violation of international humanitarian law to target medical infrastructure or to target humanitarian infrastructure or even civilian infrastructure. I mean, that is absolutely clear. And we did actually publicly get, there was feedback from certain groups, hacker groups on the 8 rules. There were some groups that supported the rules. There were some groups that said this is not feasible. What I found really interesting was that there were a few, groups that initially said these rules are totally not feasible, and a few days later actually then republished a position and said we will abide by all of these rules. And for me, that's really key. Like the key thing for the ICRC in this new domain is building common understandings. We often talk about those common understandings with states. Certainly you're very familiar that the global initiative was launched this year on galvanizing respect for international humanitarian law by the ICRC in 6 states. And the ICT work stream is one of the a key work stream on building common understandings. Those common understandings are for states, and they're also for private technology companies, and they're for really anyone that has some role to play in armed conflict where IHL touches upon them. So yeah, that's a really important part of our work. And then bringing in the digital emblem as an additional tool to encourage compliance is, of course, very important. And then on the final point, and then Mauro, I'll pass to you. You're absolutely right about the digital divide. I mentioned the international conference resolution that was adopted by consensus in October last year. As pen holders of that resolution, it was so essential for us to make sure that that was reflected in the resolution. It was so important for us to reflect the fact that, look, we're talking about ICTs, we're talking about rules, IHL rules that apply to ICTs. We also have to talk about who's disproportionately affected by this, and also, where there are these massive gaps in terms of access to ICTs, because the resolution talks about all of these benefits in the humanitarian sector for victims of armed conflict, and we also have to talk about where those benefits don't reach. And so, actually, the very first preambulatory paragraph of the ICT resolution recognizes that gap. Well, it recognizes the importance of ICTs for digitalized society, for digitalizing societies. It recognizes the importance of ICTs, and then it also recognizes that there is this gap. That's the first preambulatory paragraph. And then in operative paragraph 12, which is the paragraph on the digital emblem, it recognizes that states need to play a role in capacity building. It's absolutely essential. They need to play a role for capacity building for other states, in terms of access to humanitarian and medical digital infrastructure and the ability to identify that infrastructure with the digital emblem. And they also need to play a role with their respective national societies in making sure that their national societies are also able to build their capacities and ensure, continuation of the provision of assistance to victims of armed conflict in a digitalized age. That's absolutely important. The last thing I'll mention, though, when we talk about this digital divide, I think it's important to mention who are some of the leaders actually in developing these rules. Today, there are states that are developing national positions on how international humanitarian law applies to the use of ICTs. And I would be absolutely remiss if I didn't mention that the first regional group to develop a common position on, one, the fact that IHL applies to the use of ICTs, and second, how it applies, and the fact that medical and humanitarian infrastructure must absolutely be protected, is actually the African Union. So 55 states together adopted the common African position last February, sorry, not last February, two Februaries ago, adopted the common African position that recognized that IHL applies, that recognized that medical infrastructure has to be protected, that recognized that humanitarian infrastructure has to be protected. And that common African position has been essential for us in building support for common understandings on how IHL applies. We've brought that to the Americas, we've brought that to Europe, we've brought that to Asia, we've brought it all over the world. So, despite the gap in technologies, leadership on recognition of the importance of humanitarian protections has really been actually quite global. Voilà, and happy now to pass to Mauro.
Before I give the floor to Mauro, if I may, the colleagues from the Global Cybersecurity Forum are online right now, so that we don't lose that. I'd like to give them the floor for a comment or a question.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. This is Amin from the Global Cybersecurity Forum, and allow me first to present my sincere appreciation to ICRC for bringing this important topic to the WSIS Plus 20. Undoubtedly, our reliance on cyberspace is growing exponentially, and that's why it is our collective duty to ensure that cyberspace is safe and secure. To do so, it is very important to have proactive stance on many topics, and we can only congratulate ICRC for their forward thinking in addressing this topic of digital emblem. Since its inception, GCF vision, strategy, and operation were guided by three important principles. First, it is important to look at cybersecurity from the lens of cyberspace with its geopolitical, technical, economical, social, and behavioral dimensions. Second, security and safety are not the ultimate objective, but they are means to enable prosperity of individuals, society, and nations in cyberspace. The third one is that collaboration is a must. And when we talk about collaboration here, it is not about collaboration between stakeholders in the cybersecurity sector alone, but collaboration with all the sectors from health, energy, humanitarian, transport, and others. So on this very particular topic of collaboration, and as an action-oriented organization, GCF created several collaboration platforms that include our knowledge community, the Center of OT Cybersecurity with Aramco, and the Center of Cyber Economics with the World Economic Forum. Another type of collaborative platforms GCF is hosting is the impact networks. They are driven by the objective of implementation and actions. In this context, we are very happy to propose hosting an impact network that will bring together the national organization, cybersecurity companies, standardization organization, governments, infrastructure owner to discuss and design strategy for the implementation of the digital emblem and other similar initiatives. So we bring this proposal to the attention of all stakeholders, including all colleagues who took the floor from ITU, ITF, and attending this meeting, and we will work with all interested parties in this initiative to extend an invitation to all the actors related to this topic to ensure inclusivity and effectiveness of the network. This is the end of our intervention. Thank you again for giving us the floor.
Thank you very much, and this definitely speaks to the coordination and collaboration needed to create global common standards. On that, Mauro, I give you back the floor maybe to complement, but in the interest of time, if you may also focus on the question on expanding also this dialogue beyond recognized institutions to actors in the cyber domain that may not be your typical interlocutor in standardized institutions that we have dialogue with.
So I would like to thank the representative GTF for the support to this project. Very, very important. Although to the representative of the ITU, we are absolutely interested in working with you. And I think that having submitted will also start to facilitate this exchange. Also the representative of the government of Luxembourg, so the support of the government of Luxembourg to the ICC specifically in the digital domain with the delegation of the ICC in Luxembourg is very, very welcome. Thank you very much for supporting us in this. On the specific of the hacker community or this typology of non-state actors, Samit already mentioned the 8 routes for civilian hackers. Mentioned also that we are publishing videos to explain those routes that are nothing new. It's not that we are creating a new convention, is just the good old IHL that is applied to the digital space, explaining with different words in a different perspective. But there is more on that. There is a direct approach we are having with those groups. So we interact with them, we approach them, and we talk to them for different reasons. For the reason of the conflict that are where those groups are operating in, and we use this opportunity also to ask questions about the possible future respect of the digital emblem when they operate in this space. And we are having very good feedback from them. So we hope that in the future, activist groups that are running cyber operations for the sake of the armed conflict in favor of one or the other party to conflict will respect the digital emblem. It's another story about the criminal groups. This is something that we would like also to increase our capability to discuss with typically a crime group. And we are keen and open to have any support from states or any other organization in this direction. And on the remark of the representative from Australia about the digital gap, I mean, one of the key words of the project is inclusion in technological terms. So that's why we also welcome less technological countries to join us at the ITF to bring their perspective on how we should standardize this technology, knowing that the goal here is to have a very simple technology, not reinventing anything new, but using technologies that are already standardized and to bring them together for the sake of the digital emblem. So the goal is, as I said, a very simple technology so that it can be used by any state and non-state actor independently from the level of sophistication in technological terms.
Thank you, Mauro. I will return to the room for any last question or comment. And if not, I have one last question for you, Samit. Actually, it's been on my mind since we started preparing for this session. As we progress on this project, how do we concretely imagine that states will technically and legally adopt the protective value of the digital emblem? And being here, taking some risk with this question, is there an ambition for a binding legal protocol?
Well, yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, so I've kind of already hinted at this a little bit when I talked about Annex 1 of Additional Protocol 1. So, you know, we've looked at sort of different means of incorporation. And again, I don't want to preempt the discussion because, you know, ultimately it's for states to, have new binding agreements on international humanitarian law. Our role as ICRC is to contribute, of course, to the discussion on to the respect for and development of international humanitarian law. So we're certainly part of that conversation, but it's ultimately for states. But we've definitely thought about different possible means of incorporating the digital emblem into international humanitarian law, which is part of our consultations with states. So happy to share that now. So one possibility is actually amending the annex. So it's amending the annex of Additional Protocol 1. That's something that's been done in the past. The last time, I believe, was in 1993. So there's a possibility to amend Annex 1, which, as I mentioned earlier, is a technical annex, and to include sort of a chapter on the digital emblem, which would then, in a simpler way, let's say, bring the digital emblem, directly into international humanitarian law. Another possibility, and as you suggested, is indeed an adoption of a new protocol. So this would be a fourth protocol. I've already talked about the first two additional protocols of the Geneva Conventions. The third protocol was adopted in 2005 on the red crystal emblem, right? So each time I talked about the emblems, I mentioned the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, of course, and then also the red crystal emblem. The red crystal emblem was created in that 2005 protocol. So there's precedence in that sense then to create a new protocol, a fourth protocol for the digital emblem. And both options sort of have their advantages and disadvantages, and maybe we don't have time to talk about that now, but it's definitely part of our, again, discussions with states on what the best means forward is. But then there's all other possibilities as well. So one is a unilateral declaration by a state. So it's kind of an ad hoc means that a state says we recognize the digital emblem as part of international humanitarian law, and they can then recognize the standards as part of international humanitarian law. And then another ad hoc means is what we call a special agreement between parties to a conflict. So this is foreseen both in international and non-international armed conflicts, where parties to conflicts can simply agree to additional rules that apply, in an ad hoc way to that conflict. And what we can envision is having sort of a boilerplate or a template for the digital emblem that then parties to conflict can use and integrate then into their rules that apply in a specific conflict. And that might sound strange, parties coming to agreement, but the truth is parties to conflict come to agreements on different things, on prisoners of war, on different aspects of conflicts often. So that's definitely a possibility that they could do that as well for the digital emblem. So those are kind of the different, possible means. Another thing to keep in mind is that, I mentioned Annex 1 of Additional Protocol 1. Additional Protocol 1 applies in international armed conflicts, and it, created some other specific IHL emblems, like what we call the Dangerous Forces emblem, which is the three kind of concentric orange circles for dams, dikes, and nuclear generating facilities in armed conflict. Another emblem is a civil defense emblem, which if you live in Switzerland, you've probably seen everywhere because it's one of the places where I've seen this civil defense emblem, all the time for, of course, the bunkers and other things. And so those are used outside of situations of international armed conflict. So even though there's a legally binding document that creates the emblem, a certain emblem, it's then used outside of situations foreseen by that legal agreement. So we can also foresee sort of that more organic way of a use of a digital emblem. What's key is the respect aspect and the trust aspect. That one, parties to conflict respect a digital emblem, and on the other side, that parties trust that when the emblem is used, it's used to identify the applicable specific protections of IHL, and also trusted by the humanitarian organizations that can use the emblem, and also the medical services that use the emblem, which, by the way, I've talked about a lot of different stakeholders. One stakeholder I haven't mentioned yet is, of course, the medical, the civilian medical services that can also use the emblem in situations of armed conflict, that have also been an important interlocutor for this process from the beginning. And the trust has to be there with them as well.
And in that regard, the point made on filling the digital gap is indeed very important. Mauro, I turn over to you for any last comments before we close the session.
Apologies. So I wanted just to reply to one remark that was in the chat, saying that regulation is coming after the technology. So this is something that we are now used to seeing in the technology. The speed of development is faster than the legal one, which is not a bad thing per se. So with the digital, we received several times the remark from state that we should test this solution, so to be able to present in front of the states a solution that is robust from a technological perspective. This is why we have no concern in seeing a faster development from a technological perspective. to be presented to a state actor to be able afterward to go through the paths that Samit explained in the previous answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On this, I will repeat some of the key terms we heard in this session: trust, testing, and filling the digital gap, and working towards common standards through collaborating with cyber actors, states, technical and cybersecurity institutions, and humanitarian organizations and medical institutions. I cannot believe the task that is ahead of you, and thank you for all the work you're putting into this, and for all the technical experts and organizations collaborating on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and really thank you for being here with us. Your dedication towards the implementation of the WSIS action line is really showing that you're here to listen to the WSIS action line facilitators right after lunch. So thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, this session of the WSIS action line facilitators actually was the foundation of the WSIS forum, because initially, before 2009, we had the cluster of WSIS-related events, which was converted and rebranded into the WSIS Forum. Essentially, the reporting of the WSIS action lines, presenting their roadmaps, and presenting their future plans of what they would be doing beyond that year. So since it's been 20 years, today in this session, we are going to focus on what the WSIS action line facilitators have achieved in the 20 years, how the context of their action line has evolved, what were the challenges, and what is the vision of their specific action line beyond 2025. So the mandate that we have is in accordance to para 109 of the Tunis Agenda, which mandates the WSIS action line facilitators to meet every year and to report and to form an action plan about their work. So as you all know, we have a beautiful framework. We have different UN agencies based on their mandate that implement the different WSIS action lines, and we have them here with us today. We also have our Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Thomas Lamanuskus, who has joined us to encourage the action line facilitators and to congratulate them for their good work. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gitanjali, and thank you everyone here. Of course, action line facilitators, but also everyone you in the audience. You know, it's 2 p.m. on the of the last day of this very busy week, you know, so still, of course, we still have to go today, but it's really, you know, kudos to all of you to really bring that energy for the whole week, bringing your ideas and bringing contributions to making digital development in the world really impactful. So indeed, it's an honor to welcome for me here also all the, you know, WSIS action line facilitators here to report. I think I really like, Gitanjali, how you framed. So for me, this is the session, no? Because this is the origins of WSIS Forum, and this is the session without which WSIS Forum couldn't exist, no? Because if we didn't have that session, it wouldn't be WSIS Forum. It would be just gathering on digital development. So indeed, it's, for me, super important session, and it's great to have you here. So indeed, you know, just a bit of a context for, I mean, a lot of people here would know WSIS, but always good to remind the context. Of course, in 2003 and then in 2005 framework, you know, WSIS was established as this really all-encompassing digital development framework for the world. You know, that includes all the governments, but also importantly includes all the stakeholders that deliver together. You know, private sector, together with the governments, of course, academia, civil society, technical community, and others. And of course, since 2015, we made sure that WSIS basically became what they call digital arm of sustainable development agenda, because to really make sure that this broad SDG agenda is implemented through the digital tools. So WSIS action lies here, as we already said, is actually this operational backbone. Just make sure that we not just come once a year to the meeting, but we actually deliver. And we deliver the change in connectivity, you know, and we've been quoting these numbers over this week. You know, in 2003, we had under 800 million people connected. In 2005, around 1 billion. Now, 5.5 billion, you know. So basically from 12.5% to 2/3 of the population. Good job, you know, but not enough, you know. And the same thing is, of course, in all the action line areas, and if we hear from our colleagues that through which that digital impact is really felt. So really that is a mechanism to turn these high-level commitments into concrete action, and in different areas that I mentioned already. It's also about that community to really making sure that we have reference points so we can share experiences. So in this, for example, WSIS stock taking plays an important role because it allows people, and now we have around 15,000 different examples here how digital development can help throughout these action lines. We have more than 2 million people signing up to that. So that's indeed helps us all to understand how to make digital development from political statements into reality on the ground. And I kept saying today here this example of my feeling sitting there in that seat and watching the WSIS prize winners coming on the stage in these short videos. That was, for me, was that moment when, what is this all about? You know, about these digital identities in remote areas, about digital health in remote areas, about, you know, people using these tools for actually making the big change. So, of course, ITU is very, you know, proud of our own role on as an action line facilitator, and we hear from my colleagues as well. C2 on infrastructure, C4 on capacity building, C5 on cybersecurity, C6 enabling environment. But I think it's very important as well, you know, to make sure that also a lot of our action lines is infrastructure. So we build the roads, but the roads are not very useful if there's no cars on them, and also if there's no destinations to travel to, you know, so I think in those cities there. So it's the same here, content, agriculture, health, government, decent work and decent jobs, you know, all these areas are super important for that to really be happening. So really hope this today's meeting again will allow us to really take a stock how far we've come, but also allow us to assess where now we need to be going, especially in the context of WSIS Plus 20 review that will happen in General Assembly. I think I'm very proud that WSIS Forum is the process recognized in the J modalities resolutions for the WSIS review. So we need to deliver something here. They didn't recognize just for recognition's sake. They recognize it because they expect us to deliver some results, and this session will be key for that. So then in December, on United Nations General Assembly, we can really then put this all together and set the stage, a very strong stage for the next stage of WSIS, next stage of digital development for all. Thank you very much, and had a great reporting, I should say, not a discussion, Evangeline. You please continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and thank you for setting the scene. I do see some action line facilitators. ILO, is that you, Maria? Also there. Is anyone else in the audience? Any action line facilitator? Okay. So, Maria, we will take you in. Once a person finishes, you can take their seat and come here. Thank you so much. So as Thomas put the context out there, we are basically, this is the meeting where we hear from the action line facilitators. We want to hear from all of you, so we have a timer here for the speakers. Please do try to stick on time. I wanted to start with C1, but Dennis from UNDESA is not here with us yet, but when he joins, we will pose him a question. We can then move on to C2. Sophie is implementing the action line on, okay, so C2 is not here as well. Okay, so we move on to access, which is Davide from UNESCO. So Davide, UNESCO has a huge job because you look at the entire knowledge society part of the WSIS, you know, and we often say that we have branded WSIS into information and knowledge societies, not only information society. So can you share, Davide, what you have been doing in order to, how the action line on access has evolved in these 20 years?
Thank you, Gitanjali, and hello, everybody. So, I mean, there's so many things. I mean, it's an action line which is wide. So I would like to focus maybe on the telling about the evolution that saw the access to information in terms of legislation. What is this called the access to information laws? And I think we have seen during the WSIS period of the 20 years an encouraging progress, and first of all, in the way that how we managed to get member states to report on what is the progress on access to information laws, and also on the adoption of the access to information law, which was like as little as 14 in 20. Sorry, in 20. No, not in 20. In the 90s, let's say. To 139 countries nowadays. So there is still a lot of work to do, but we can see there, there is a huge progress. And this is also some part of the work that we do for the WSIS, but it's very much linked to the Sustainable Development Goals. Because why? Because UNESCO is the custodian agency for the SDG 1610.2, and so we provided the strategic support to member states to be able to implement national legislation reforms in order to implement access to information laws. And this is done also with the community through also the celebration of the Universal Access to Information Day, that it's every year on the 28th of September, which is enables not only the countries but all the actors that are involved in access to information to participate in that. I would like also to give a couple of words on the evolution of the way the information is being accessed. So this is tremendous changes in the last 20 years, of course, and then even the role of everyone has been changing. Let's think about the libraries now, of course the internet, don't mention that this is still evolving a lot, and so we had to rethink how the whole society actually use access information and how this is interacted, and also there is the way how the information is accessed in terms of knowledge, and I would like to mention particularly the access to scientific information with the different open access models that through the years have been, let's say, democratized, but I have seen a number of evolutions. The latest of one, it's the Diamond Open Access model that we discussed in this very session this year, which needs, of course, a key engagement from all the stakeholders to make this possible. And so we look forward to continuing to work with the entire community for that.
Thank you very much, Davide. Action 9 C4 on capacity building. Carla, ITU is leading this with many stakeholders involved, including several UN agencies. Throughout the week, we heard capacity building, digital skills, so crucial, and especially with the evolution of technology. You know, you need to keep pace with it. Of course, a lot has evolved. A lot of changes have happened since 2003 and 2005. So please share your views on that.
Hello. Yes, hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this panel. Sorry for being a bit late. I was stuck in the other meeting, but okay. So, well, what we have discussed over the past days, in the not only, of course, Wednesday, as part of the WSIS digital skills track, but also in the Knowledge Cafe, what we have realized is that if we look a little bit back, of course, 20 years ago, the main text and the main principles, of course, of the action line C4 are still valid. So we still need to continue on that route, though we need to put a little bit more emphasis on the way how we report and on the way how now we implement. So definitely over the past years, we have achieved a lot, meaning in terms of more partnerships, more cross-cutting collaboration among the different, areas and topics related to digital skills, from cybersecurity, of course, to healthcare, to education. But there is still a need to have a more inclusive approach. And in our discussions, they need to be youth-centric, to really look at the vulnerable communities, so women and girls, but also, of course, people with disabilities, older people, as came across the discussions many times. There is now, of course, with emerging technologies, of course, from AI, to other type of technologies, there is a need to think a bit in a different way on how we deliver digital skills and capacity development programs. Sometimes when we look at the national and maybe local context, we need to see also, we need to think a bit out of the box, and that is something that also, many stakeholders have realized over the past, let's say, 4 days. And because again, the traditional way, the traditional means on how we are delivering a capacity development program sometimes are really not working on the ground, and we really need to understand the national, the local needs to really be able to then address the targeted digital skills that are, useful for that community. So the overall assessment that we have seen is that we are in the good direction. Though, as I was saying, we need We need different ways on how we report, and we need to capture that reporting starting from the community, because there might be a lot happening, but again, we are not really capturing at the action line level. So I think that this is a bit what I took from the different discussions, and yeah, I would be happy to elaborate more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. And the other thing we also heard was that currently there's no real monitoring and assessment framework for the evaluation of these action lines. So if someone was to tell us that what has capacity building achieved in these 20 years, we can't really give concrete figures. So we do hope that the review this time will have a thought about that as well. Though we have the WSIS targets, but they are not aligned with each WSIS action lines, which would make our job easy to kind of, get that data collected and to ensure that we have some monitoring frameworks. Thank you, Carla. I'll move on to Preetham, Action Line C5. It's cybersecurity. And of course, Preetham, in this area, there's been so much evolution with the evolution of technologies. We heard so much about AI, security as well. And as there is progress in technology, you have new challenges that come in this area. We also heard in some sessions that, protecting children online, we did have those guidelines. Those should be updated and revised as well. So there is a lot that we started doing, a lot of good work, but I think there's a lot more that we need to do to catch up with the changes in technology. Over to you.
Thanks, Gitanjali. You posed the question, you also answered it. In fact, I'm fine. But let me, provide some stats to illustrate these points. So in 2005, it's obvious the digital landscape was very different. The DSG also highlighted some of this. Only 1 billion people online. The cost of cyber crime to the global economy was around 400 billion, which is still a large number for that time. The threat vectors at that time, while they were sophisticated, is nothing compared to what we have today. I have stats from 2024 because the current one we haven't compiled. But anyway, right now we have 5.6 billion people online. The cyber attacks have increased 80% year by year, which also seems like a conservative estimate. I think it's more. The cost of cyber crime, from 400 billion has increased 20 times to about 8 to 11 trillion dollars. An attack happens every 39 seconds somewhere on the web. And clearly, issues related to privacy, related to cyber security have intensified. That there's no doubt about that. And as Gitanjali just said, many of these attacks include AI-driven attacks. We also need to prepare for a post-quantum world. But the good news in the story is we've grown wiser, and the stats kind of show that. We are, for example, placing a lot of emphasis on holistic resilience of infrastructure because, the resilience of physical infrastructure also includes now submarine cables, satellite, terrestrial, along with cyber resilience. And there are very impactful initiatives in each of these that seem to work. We're also seeing accelerated efforts from member states in improving cybersecurity. Our global cybersecurity index numbers show that just as a recent example, in 2017, 110 countries lacked a national cybersecurity strategy. By 24, 67 countries were without one, which is still a big chunk, but it could have been worse. 2017, 85 countries lacked a national CERT, a computer incident response team, and by 24, this number has reduced to 68. So, and also on child online protection that Gitanjali mentioned, we have a global effort, we have guidelines, we have countries that are being assisted in developing a national cybersecurity strategy that has a child online protection component integral to it. So, there is a lot happening. What does it tell us? While these numbers indicate that the risks are increasing in complexity, targets, technologies, the numbers also offer some hope. It shows that stakeholders are better organized and more resilient than they were in 2005. And we believe that the Action Line C5 framework that WSIS has provided has played a positive role in kind of bringing, the stakeholders together, forging multi-stakeholder partnerships that are helping this effort. And that's what we've heard across the WSIS forum, including the AI for Good, where we had an entire session on AI and trust yesterday. And it was all about, what we can do. It wasn't all doom and gloom. So I think, I hope this message is conveyed to the WSIS Plus 20 review process, and the role of the WSIS framework and the Action Line C5 is reinforced. Thanks, Gitanjali.
Thank you, Preetham. We'll move on to Action Line C6. Sophie, ITU coordinates this action line. And we had a regulators roundtable this year for the first time at their request. And I do see some regulators here. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us, regulator of Georgia. So we have, the main 2 points that came out of that, in my opinion, was one, there should be a lot of more of this kind of stuff happening where they can learn from each other. Best practice sharing, and they can learn from each other because they're at various stages of development. Second one was that there are so many cross-sectoral regulators that have come up now, regulators for health, for education, for agriculture. How does the ICT regulator, kind of converge all of that and work with all of them? Over to you, Sophie.
Thank you, Gitanjali, and indeed it was very interesting to have the Regulators Roundtable and to have the preparation for our Global Symposium for Regulators, which we have every year, and the Regulators Roundtable there this year. It will be in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, from the 31st of August till the 3rd of September. So I hear Carla saying, I hear Preetham saying, for us as well, that inclusiveness, the holistic approach, the need for data and reporting came out in our action line as well. But let me rewind. If we go back to the early 2000s, it was just after the WTO reference paper and on basic telecoms, and we were really looking at principles to guide liberalization and regulation of telecoms and focusing on competitive markets, fair access, preventing anti-competitive practices, and of course the establishment of the independent regulators who we brought together. Then in the mid-2000s, we were looking at broadband, we were looking at NGNs, we were looking at innovative regulatory strategies like infrastructure sharing. Fast forward to the mid-2010s. There we started looking at and that addresses your point, the rise of the digital ecosystem. We were starting to see mobile money, e-education, e-health, e-agriculture. And so we started looking at collaborative regulation. And then, of course, came COVID in 2020. And digital was not just on the agenda, but became the agenda, because without digital, health, education, agriculture, government could not work. And today we're at advanced regulatory frontiers. So we're looking at regulators as digital ecosystem builders, again, to come to your point, and Gitanjali. So we need to address new challenges, emerging and fast-moving technologies, opportunities, new players. And there is that need for inclusive frameworks, but also for adaptability and flexibility while maintaining the sustainability and the confidence in the markets, because investors need to invest in these new technologies, and that needs that confidence in the markets, in the tools, in the regulatory tools. From some of the regulators, we heard about data-driven regulation, so data is key. But we also need innovative regulatory approaches, so we heard about regulatory sandboxes as well, in which we experiment. One of the regulators said, we have data-driven regulation so that we can put that data out in the market before imposing regulation. So I think that is what we're hearing. So in the action line, we focused in these 20 years on knowledge exchange, as you say, sharing best practices, knowledge exchange platforms like our Global Symposium for Regulators that this year is celebrating its 25th anniversary, sharing tools, research, data, analysis, our study groups, bringing that out by our members for our members. Data and analysis, we have the data hub We have the ICT regulatory tracker and what we call the G5 benchmark, the 5th generation of regulation, where it's not just about, remember I started with it was about telecoms? Now it's not just about telecoms, it's about digital. So the future is get our hands around these challenges, remain versatile, make sure we have the necessary resources to collect that data and to act upon that data, be inclusive, and really work with the multi-stakeholder environment to get those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. I'll move on to WHO, e-health. So C7 ICT applications has several action lines together. And the way, health is kind of encapsulated in the action lines is e-health. And Derek keeps reminding us that we may have to rebrand the, and start calling it digital health because it's much wider now. So Derek, of course, a lot has changed, especially since COVID as well. The health community understood the importance of digital. So what are your views, Derek, and what's the vision beyond 2025?
Thank you so much, Gitanjali. Thank you so much, fellow panelists. Just to congratulate the ITU for really keeping us coordinated on the implementation of the action lines. So I'm Derek Munene from the World Health Organization. I'm head of capacity building and partnerships, but the focal point on the action line on C7 on e-health together with the ITU. Just to maybe point out that we have seen tremendous progress amongst our member states and our partners in the inclusion of ICTs in health. And so the past 20 years has seen tremendous progress, and indeed I'll speak about how the future looks like. We actually began in 2005, shortly after the WSIS framework was put in place, where our member state gave us the first mandate to coordinate the introduction of ICTs in health. We call that the e-health resolution of 2005. And shortly after that, we saw tremendous uptake of digital solutions. By then, those digital or e-health solutions were involved mostly around data collection, aggregation, reporting, health events at higher levels. And so we saw a lot of introduction, especially in the HIV, malaria, and TB space. This led to the notion of interoperability. So in 2013, our member states put together a framework called a resolution on data standardization and interoperability that we're also fast-tracking with the ITU. And from 2013, we saw the evolution of ICTs, the evolution of technology really take a heightened, elevation. And so in 2018, our member states, recognizing the emergence of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies, put together a resolution on digital health, and that's what Gitanjali is talking about. And so with that resolution on digital health in 2018, we've been working with our member states to sort of introduce emerging technologies into health. We are thankful for our member states that have really taken up digital health as a means to achieve universal health coverage and better health outcomes. Almost each region has examples. From South Africa, who I would actually point out, given that they're taking the chair, Mom Connect has been a great example. We had a winner at the WSIS prizes, Zanzibar, on a DPI for health. In the Eastern Mediterranean region, I would give an example of Saudi Arabia that established virtual hospitals in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the Western Pacific region, Australia has continued to deploy patient-centric tools, the digital patient-facing record that enables patients to carry their own records. In the European region, Estonia and the digital health platform, the X-Road, is a great example. In the region of the Americans, Brazil, with a digital health platform. And so there are many examples. These are just a few, but just to point out that looking at the future, we're looking to working with our member states through a framework of put in place. It's called the Global Initiative on Digital Health. It's intended to really ensure that all actors contributing to this transformation agenda have an inclusive contribution, a meaningful contribution towards the transformation. AI for health is a key area, together with the whole issue of digital public infrastructure for health, a subject that we're involved with the ITU. I neglected to mention India's work in telemedicine with Isanjini. That's a great example from the Southeast Asia WHO region. So we're quite excited with the extension of the global strategy on digital health, which is a mechanism that we're using to also fast track our action line. So health And universal health coverage is key, is cross-cutting, and this action line will help us take us further. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Derek. So I have IPU and UNCTAD for action line on e-business, and perhaps you could share your time, Scarlett.
Is this okay?
Yes.
No, actually, I would like to defer to UPU for reporting on the action line itself, and put, instead of that, the hat of the CSTD and Partnership on Measuring ICT for Development, if you don't mind.
Please do share your time. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gitanjali, for bringing us together. Good afternoon. So the UPU, together with UNCTAD and the ITC, we have been focusing on facilitating the action line C7 on e-business. In the case of the UPU, our focus was really on trying to achieve the digital inclusion through the wide network of post offices, many of which are in remote areas and rural areas, especially in developing countries. And oftentimes, the post offices already serve as trusted anchor institutions in their communities. And we are just now coming up with a flagship digital panorama report that was done through a survey, and we received answers from more than 100 postal operators, so from more than 100 countries. And actually, 71% of post offices worldwide are already providing some kind of e-commerce services to their communities, which means that, for instance, small businesses, MSMEs, women entrepreneurs, artisans can already benefit from this kind of service. And we had a session earlier this week together with ITC and UNCTAD, where we were sharing also some of the examples of how e-commerce action line is helping, especially, small businesses, women entrepreneurs. In case of the UPU, we do recognize that there is a strong link with the capacity of, those services being digitalized so that people can access them better. So our institution tries to provide technical support, advisory services, and different capacity building tools. We have notably 2 projects. One is Connect.Post. So the post offices can only do this type of work when they are properly digitalized. So our aim is to help with the digital transformation of countries so that they can enable post offices to serve better the communities. And our second big project is TradePost, which is trying precisely to create that space for small entrepreneurs who are in remote areas to try to get online, try to discover new markets, doing export, import through various digital services that the post offices can offer. Thank you very much.
Scarlett?
Oh, and I won't do it in 8 seconds, but if you will allow me 30, I think I can do it. So I would just like to say a few words on behalf of the Partnership on Measuring ICT for Development, because you have addressed the monitoring framework for the action lines, and let everyone know that at the session at this WSIS event, we announced a mapping exercise that we will be conducting. We did a similar exercise on the occasion of the WSIS +10 review, where we looked at mapping targets and the available indicators on ICT for development. And we are going to be doing the same or similar exercise for WSIS +20, except that this time we are also taking into account the outcomes of the GDC and try to improve the vision over how can we monitor the action lines, which we didn't really talk about 10 years ago. And a lot has happened since 10 years ago. And in that spirit, UNCTAD is also serving as secretariat to the Commission on Science and Technology for Development, which many of you know is charged with the follow-up of implementation of WSIS outcomes. And just 9 days ago, we published online the report that results from the consultation of implementation. So I invite you to visit the webpage of UNCTAD and look at this report. And I did print out a couple of copies there, but it's a hefty report. In any case, Chapter 2 of that report refers specifically to the different action lines under different themes, and does conclude that much has changed as a result of the consultation. Much has changed since 2005 in terms of the action lines, and it is the perfect time to think how to either reformulate or expand action lines. And we look forward to the results of the discussion at the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Radka, and thank you so much, Scarlett, also for pointing out the work done by the partnership, which is really important work. It's a group of statisticians who are looking at how we can measure the WSIS process better, and the Commission on Science and Technology for Development that meets annually to adopt a resolution on WSIS that goes to ECOSOC. So thank you so much for bringing those perspectives as well. I'll now move on to Davide from UNESCO. He's holding several hats today. Davide, if you can also talk to us about e-science and e-learning, two additional action lines that UNESCO implements.
Thank you. So let's start with e-learning. So much happened. I mean, I think there was major shift. We all know major shifts on integrating the digital technologies into education, including the widespread adoption of digital learning platform, open educational resources, and digital open schools. I just want to remind that the OER, the Open Educational Resources, was started in 2022, so really at the time of the WSIS, and allowed the more access to quality educational material, and also to the reuse of quality educational material adapted in terms of also localized material. And inclusivity and equity was also something which has changed a lot, making education system more inclusive, addressing the barriers faced by marginalized group. Also, of course, now we talk about the new things, which are the AI and emerging technologies in education, and UNESCO is providing policy guidance on the use of AI in education, providing frameworks that emphasizes the need for frameworks for ethical use of education, AI in education, the need for teacher training and curricula, and how to prepare learners for human-machine interaction. And so these are some of the aspects, but I would like also to give provide a shift, because you spoke about information and knowledge, but now we see a shift also between the focus from information to attention, where information was a scarce resource in 2020, in 2003, 2005, maybe. Now we have an abundance of information. Yes. And what we have, actually, scarcity is into the attention. So there is a quite a reflection on how to react to this unwanted, maybe, or consequences of adoption of technologies into the educational system. And lastly, I would like to mention the fact that although there is we know there is a projected investment in artificial intelligence of $500 billion, I think we have to mention that with another 100 billion would be needed to close the global financing gap for education, for maybe reaching the goals of SDG 4. So that there's a matter of scale, which is important to note in terms of the investment which is being devoted to one or the other. This is, I mean, very summarized for education, but for learning. But on e-science, would like me to go also from science. let me take some notes, sorry. So e-science. So e-science is reshaping the way scientific knowledge is created and applied through global connected research infrastructure, open access data, we mentioned data, digital collaboration platform, etc. And there is more attention now maybe how to get every researcher to be able to access infrastructure. So there was some attention also dedicated this morning. There was a session on that, on remote infrastructure access to make sure that every scientist in the developing countries may contribute to the benefit of global scientific process. And again, there is a need for investment in digital infrastructure, capacity building, and institutional support, which is essential to continue delivering on this action line. And I think, yeah, I may go into too much details maybe after that. I don't know if I have more time or not.
Yes, please, Davide, just to do justice to your action line on e-science.
No, I just mentioned that, again, we need really realize, the message was that to realize the full potential of science, we need a more investment in digital infrastructure. We need to coordinate the policy frameworks, foster equitable access, ensuring responsible use of data and artificial intelligence, and bridging the digital divide in line with the action lines and the SDGs. And these action lines offer a pathway to promote scientific innovation, accelerating knowledge-based solutions, and strengthening science as a as a global public good. So that's the message more from the action line.
Thank you very much, Davide, and thanks for covering both the action lines. So this year, for the first time, we also had a digital skills track that ITU did with ILO, and thanks to ILO that it was really so vibrant, the track. We covered different aspects of digital skills and capacity building. So we merged the action lines of C4 and C7 e-employment together to be more impactful. So Maria, how has this action line evolved, especially with the coming of AI and emerging technologies, the discussions that we hear nowadays, and what is the future that you see of e-employment? Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Gitanjali. So e-employment, or the impact of technology on employment in general, has always been very important over the past 100 years. So the introduction of electricity impacted the labor market incredibly. And every change has impacted the labor market. Now, the past 20 years, we have seen an exponential growth in the evolution of employment, and lately also with artificial intelligence. And it is important to mention here that all levels of the labor market are being influenced, be it low, high, middle-level jobs, but also jobs in the formal and the informal economy. So, which is why the ILO has introduced recently an observatory to measure those impacts, to see where we're going, and try to grasp through different types of information sources and how to respond to these issues through better capacity building. And indeed, we had a really nice collaboration with ITU on this issue on Wednesday, several sessions that dealt with digitalization, capacity building, and employment. And also, I wanted to mention, and it was mentioned earlier also, the impact that COVID had on sort of accelerating even more the impact of digitalization on employment.
Now, the ILO is a normative organization that makes international labor standards to regulate employment. And so one of the main challenges for the organization is how to adapt those to the current labor market, including platform work, and this is an ongoing discussion. When it comes to the action line itself, e-employment, we have a growing demand, and I'm sure the other action lines are experiencing a similar thing, from constituents asking for more support on the issue of digitalization in employment policies, in digital policies, in occupational safety and health, in the labor market, in active labor market policies, and so on. So the action line, therefore, needs to also evolve. And I'm hoping that these discussions and this year would lead to a more evolved action line, and that one that we can do in close collaboration with the other action lines, because we are definitely all extremely related. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. We'll now move on to the action line on e-environment. The action line is also divided into two components. One is a part that we do with a lot to do with WMO and ITU, and the other part is a lot to do with UNEP and ITU. So, Maria-Elsa, I invite you to talk more about the work that you're doing on disaster risk management and those climate change aspects. And Garam, I invite you here. If you could join me, Garam, please. Maria-Elsa, you can start, and if you could both share your time, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Gitanjali. So, as you know, this has 3 goals. One is on the environment, 2 of them are on the environmental side, and the third one is on using technologies for disaster risk reduction. So I'm going to focus on the second one. And we see that over the past 20 years, we have seen an evolution of the use of technologies for disaster management. And we have seen how these technologies have shifted from being only optional tools to becoming essential enablers for life and for saving lives. So under the umbrella of Action Line C7 on the environment, we have focused on using these technologies for disaster risk reduction with the aim of building more resilient countries and more resilient communities, and ensuring, and the most important is to ensure that no one is left behind. So today we have seen the evolution of technologies, and now we have seen how satellites are capable of sending early warning alerts directly to mobile phones without passing through the land networks. So this has been an evolution, and this is something that helps to bridge the digital gap and the digital connectivity, particularly in the most remote areas and with the most remote communities which are at risk. We also seen how artificial intelligence is being used in our daily life, and especially for disaster risk reduction. And the AI is helping to forecast a wide range of hazards and also to identify connectivity gaps. And they enhance to speed up the preparedness and also the response activities when a disaster strikes. But at the same time, we have also IoT networks that support real-time monitoring, and the monitoring and the data are essential for sending early warning alerts, analyzing the data, and to save lives of people. So, but one of the most important examples that we have seen recently is the launch of the Early Warning for All initiative that some of you have heard, or many of you have heard. And this is a global commitment to ensure that everyone is covered by an early warning system by the end of 2027. However, we are still scaling up. We are still in the process of launching this early warning initiative. And ITU is the lead of Pilot 3 on this early warning, dissemination, and communication. And we are working very closely with other UN entities to facilitate the implementation of this initiative worldwide. So we look forward to the future. Our challenge and opportunity is to continue building on this momentum that we have. The technology is there, but it's not only about technology. We also need to see that we need to have regulatory frameworks to use technologies in the best way to saving lives.
Okay, I see Maritz has taken most of the time, so I'll be quick.
Sorry.
So on environment, yes, we've seen quite some substantial developments over time. This action line has been looking at the role of ICTs for the environment, but also, let's say, the negative environmental externality of digital on the environment. So there's a sort of double-sided viewpoint here. Just to very quickly summarize some of the key areas. So we have electronic waste, we have greenhouse gas emissions, we have critical raw materials that we have in the technologies that we use today to power our devices. So these themes are themes that we've been focusing on. This action line has been focusing on from a regulatory standpoint, from a data collection standpoint. And going forward, they are very critical. One particular point, and I would also like to refer back to what Sophie was talking about, the evolution of the regulatory space, is greenhouse gas emissions. Greenhouse gas emissions from this sector are equivalent to those of the the transportation sector, and there is a sort of unclarity there around who is actually regulating this space. So there's a lot of important questions with this action line going forward. So back to you, Gitanjali. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Garam. We also have Denise, who I started with, but you were not in the room. So Denise, UNDESA implements 3 action lines in collaboration with different UN agencies, co-facilitating with many of us. Denise, action lines C1, C11, and C7 e-governance. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and I apologize for being late. I was stuck in another meeting. For C7 e-government, I think I can start with that one. We publish UN e-government survey every other year. We published 2024 edition in September. We are working right now in preparation for the 2026 edition. We send a questionnaire to all 193 UN member states and the most populous city in each country. So the next survey will be available in 2026, where we look at the e-government development of 193 UN member states and the most populous city in each country. But we are also creating lots of partnerships with government and non-government entities on applying our methodology to several cities in a single country. So if any of the WSIS stakeholders here are interested in collaborating with UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, we are very much open to that. We did some partnership with Brazil, India, Greece, and an application of our methodology is happening right now in UK, Uzbekistan, and a few other countries. So if you Google for UN e-government survey, you can see all our work in our e-government knowledge base. And very quickly about the other 2 action lines, C1, promotion of ICTs, and C11, international cooperation. As the Secretariat for the 20-year review of the WSIS by the UN General Assembly, we organized 2 sessions here, one on WSIS and GDC, and the other one was a contentious issue on enhanced cooperation. So I will just briefly summarize what we heard. First, reinforcing the multi-stakeholder model. There was strong consensus to maintain and enhance the multi-stakeholder approach, and I think the WSIS forum here was an excellent example of that for the co-facilitators, which you will hear from them after this meeting, and also integrating and implementing the GDC principles into the WSIS architecture. We have heard this again and again from many stakeholders. This is something I think you will also see in the zero draft. And strengthening the IGF and also continuation of the WSIS forum. These were the two elements that we heard. About the human rights language, there were a lot of inputs as well to make sure that we use the latest version in the zero draft. And other things included to have more inclusive, transparent processes. And I think UNDESA will help the co-facilitators to organize other virtual stakeholder consultations involving all stakeholders in coming months, in coming days actually, after we got the feedback on the elements paper on 25th of July, there will be some further consultations. I stop here and give it back to you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I know you're very busy, so I'm glad you could make it. We also have T from UNESCO, who's moderating implementing the action line on ethics. T, so of course the ethical dimension is completely evolving and changing. We heard from most of the action line facilitators on this, but let's hear from you as well. Over to you, UNESCO.
Thank you so much. And actually, it's actually quite fitting that we have the last one, because as you can hear, the rapid changing digital landscape over the last 20 years has an impact across all areas, and embedded within that are key ethical considerations that needs to be reflected upon and needs to be acted upon. And I think through this action line, we have been working very closely with a wide network of experts and UN partners and also other partners to make sure that ethical reflection keep pace with the challenges that we keep seeing emerging again and again. For example, we have been advancing with the work on ethics of artificial intelligence. We have been working very closely with member states to help them with the assessment on their readiness assessment for adopting AI, embedded within which is the fundamental ethical considerations that they need to take into account, helping them also with capacity building, with ethical impact assessment itself. And also we've created wide networks such as the AI ethics experts without borders to help to provide capacity building, concrete capacity building to member states. I think one of the key things that we also need to, through this action line, we're also seeing that a lot of these ethical considerations are now tied very much to the ethical implications of the technology itself, but not only digital technology, but the digitalization of technology in areas which is not maybe conventionally conceived as digital, such as neurotechnology, such as quantum, which is more hardware related. But in neurotechnology, we're also advancing on ethics of neurotechnology. And in fact, member states at the end of the year will be adopting a set of recommendations on concrete policy recommendations in this area. Maybe what I want to say is that through this work, I think it will be very important to reaffirm that ethics must be a foundational and cross-cutting pillar of digital transformation, especially in the context of rapidly evolving and converging technologies such as AI, neurotechnology, and quantum computing. And lessons learned and moving forward is that we really need to mainstream ethics as a cross-cutting framing in the design, deployment, and regulation of digital tech, ensuring that it is embedded across the entire technology lifecycle. It's not only at the beginning, but also when you are, moving technology out of service. There is also ethical considerations there. We are going to have to continue promoting interdisciplinary and inclusive governance models that that leverage anticipatory ethics. And this is very important because we talk about adaptive governance, but we also need to then build in anticipatory governance. And we need to also leverage public trust and stakeholder dialogue for sure. And we need to also start to recognize that ethics as a form of agile soft governance that is capable of complementing formal legal and regulatory systems in real time.
Thank you very much, T, and welcome to the WSIS forum. I think it's your first time here. We have actually even Radka joining us for the first time as a high-level track, as an action line facilitator, Carla joining C4, and T with us for ethics. So our community is growing, so thank you very much. We'd like to end with Davide. Davide, real quickly, 2 minutes for your action line on C8, cultural diversity. It's a very important one, so please go ahead.
So that's not to say there are too many action lines, on the contrary. But no, just quickly, I think it's worth mentioning that, of course, the huge impact of the evolution of digital or technologies into culture in terms of course, access, in terms of the production, in terms of the new form of expression, so there is a lot of impact to mention there. And the one significant thing is that there will be in 2025 the Mondial Cult 2025, which is a ministerial meeting, which is happening in 2023 as well. So it's it was like 40 years that the ministries of culture didn't bring together to discuss about this issue. So culture is indeed an important part of the WSIS. We had mainly discussion this week about multilingualism and the impact as well on that for the representation of multilingual content into the digital world. And lastly, just a few seconds to mention, of course, we didn't mention C9 media, the action line on media, and of course there are major concerns, major evolution linked to the digital transformation of media, the expansions of internet, and we have reminded a few times during the week about the work of UNESCO, for example, for the regulation of digital platforms and the guidelines and the work on the importance of the work to on safety of journalists and everything which goes around the media landscape to ensure media pluralism, independence, etc. And also one other thing which is mentioned by his other colleagues is the media information literacy, which is also taking into account the need for the public as producer and consumer of information to be adequately trained and conscious of the consequences of clicking, for in the internet. Lastly, I would like to end by mentioning the work that we've been doing all together in the last many years on the Internet universality indicators that are a tool which is providing a way to assess and guide policies for rights-based, open, accessible, multi-stakeholder-driven internet governance, and this is one of the frameworks that UNESCO is promoting as a possible tool for the WSIS to come to be able to measure also the progress through at least some of the action lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Davide. Thank you to all the UN agencies present here today implementing the different action lines. We'll do a very quick group photograph, and then we are going on to a very interesting dialogue with the co-facilitators. So please stay in the room while I invite everybody to please take a quick photograph. Graham and Dennis, please join us so that we can start with the dialogue. The very interesting dialogue we've been waiting for with the COFACs. And I can see them in the room. Thank you for being here, ambassadors. Thank you. Thank you very much. We would now like to invite on stage our two WSIS Plus 20 co-facilitators, Ambassador of Kenya and Ambassador of Albania, and our moderators, Cynthia from South Africa and Ambassador Schneider from Switzerland. We'd like to invite you on stage, please. So the session is entitled Charting the Path Forward for the WSIS Plus 20 Review, a conversation with the WSIS Plus 20 co-facilitators. We are continuing this dialogue from IGF, and we are bringing it here because the two milestone multi-stakeholder events are listed as venues for gathering multi-stakeholder input. Ambassador Schneider, Cynthia, ambassadors, we invite you on the stage, please. A big round of applause. Ambassadors have been so busy this whole week, so kindly listening to all of us. Woo. Ambassador here, if Cynthia you could be here, and Ambassador Schneider. I'll leave this with you. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you today in this interactive session, charting the path forward for WSIS Plus 20 review. We are honored to have you join us both here in the plenary room at Palexpo, Room C, and remotely from around the world. We are about to embark on a thought-provoking discussion about the future of global information society. Today, we have an incredible opportunity to engage the two co-facilitators who are leading the review of the WSIS outcomes and setting the direction for the next chapter of information society. I now hand over to Ambassador Schneider.
Thank you. And yeah, just to add that, of course, as we know, the WSIS process is now 22 years old and has shaped more or less, hopefully, our lives and global digital policy during this time. And this quick session is to discuss where we stand, where we are headed, and the role of global digital cooperation in shaping the future of the information society.
Thank you, Ambassador Schneider. And I just want to highlight the fact that digital divide continues to be one of the greatest challenges we face globally. While there's been a significant progress, many regions still lack access to digital infrastructure, education, and affordable internet. What steps do we think we should be taking to ensure that the next phase of WSIS process continues to prioritize digital inclusion? How can we ensure that no country, no community is left behind in this new era of digital information? I now want to then give the floor to the co-facilitators to respond to the question that I've asked. I'll start with Ambassador Janina. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Cynthia. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a good setting to make this panel with us at the end of the week, because in this way we could also express our appreciation to everyone that have been engaged with us during this week, very productive, especially to ITU for the organization of the WSIS forum, but also to everyone that had been able to approach us and to tell us about expectations about this process. Indeed, the moment that we are facing is a very important one. We have been tasked with very important but also challenging task together with my colleague to review the progresses that we have achieved and also to identify gaps and challenges in view of the development of new technologies. And in this discussion, digital divide is one of the main discussions that we need to face, because in 2003, I mean, digital divide in terms of different aspects. If we see it from the aspect of connectivity, what we had in 2003 were 700 million people connected. We have nowadays 5.8 billion people connected. That shows that this is a progress. But still, I think that we need to approach the discussion about overview with appreciation of what we have achieved, but also in terms of ambitions, what we need to address in order to fulfill the vision of WSIS. Now we have, and we are facing that beside this success, we have also a huge challenge, because we have 2.6 billion, I hope it would have been millions, but we're still on billions, that remain unconnected. So this is a challenge we need to face, not only in terms of connectivity, but we need also to face it in terms of affordability, because there are many people that also are connected, but they can not afford to have a meaningful connection. At the same time, we see that there are divisions, and this is a theme that it's a little bit subjective for me, but I have it very near to my heart. The fact that we have this gender divide that is also going a little bit widening, in terms that where we are seeing that unconnected individuals come mostly from women and girls and mostly from the global south. So we need to see also the divide in terms of participation. How to address this? I think this is the main question that we need to focus on. It has connected a lot of elements, including international cooperation, including the fact that we need to invest on technologies, first of all, to assure connectivity. But at the same time, we need also to address other elements like digital literacy, for example, especially for categories that I mentioned, the most marginalized and most vulnerable categories. So I think that the challenge we had is really a major one. But what I need to emphasize in this process, maybe I will return it back again, the fact that the multi-stakeholder model has functioned successfully, and we need also to build on this achievement, also to address the challenges that we have ahead. So if you allow, I will conclude this point with these remarks and hand over to my colleague.
Thank you. First, let me thank the moderators for having us, and to thank everyone. It's been a very wonderful week of meeting remarkable people, having quite insightful discussions with each one of you, and it's been a real honor to be here. Now, I agree with everything that my colleague has said. I think first, there seems to be general agreement that the original WSIS vision is still relevant. The vision of a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society. And I think that construction of that vision is what has enabled the global community to make tremendous progress from the levels of connectivity, for example, or investment in the information society that we had only 20 years ago, to a situation where we have close to 70% of the global population being connected. So in terms of relevance, I think that is important, and speaking to many of you for the last couple of weeks, we've received a confirmation that indeed we need to take it forward. Second thing is, as my colleague has said, our focus now, I think, needs to shift if it hasn't been on those 2.6 billion people who are not connected to date. Because in a sector such as this, that moves quite rapidly, it's easy to build upon a foundation and assumptions of those who have already been connected, who have access to digital public infrastructure, who live in environments or polities where there is access and so on, and forget those who have been left behind. So I think there is need for us as a community to just apply our minds a bit more on how to connect the unconnected, go back to the basics for those who to date have not benefited. And this brings me to my last point at this stage, which is that we are deliberately trying to create room and spaces for everyone to contribute to the current review. Whether it's a multi-stakeholder, the different stakeholders, technical community, member states, civil society, and others, but also other subsets of those populations. For instance, we welcome the desire by young people, not in the meaning of youth, but teenagers have actually asked to be part of this conversation. Women have wanted to be part of it, indigenous people, and so on and so forth. So we are willing to provide room for everyone to participate in that process, and perhaps the challenge to all of us is to go out of our way to make sure that all those voices get an opportunity to bring their ambitions, aspirations to the table so that they're reflected in the eventual outcome document. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. I now want to hand over to my co-moderator, Ambassador Schneider. Please say something.
Yes, thank you. And I've had the honor to spend 1 week with the two co-facilitators at the IGF in Lillestrøm near Oslo in Norway just 2 weeks ago. And now you've been here in Geneva for another week for two important events, the WSIS plus 20 high-level event, plus the AI for Good summit. And so you have had the chance or the burden to meet 10,000 of people from all over the world, from all stakeholders. And when you came to Oslo at the beginning, you said that you're realizing that the UN in New York is a quite different world because it's a different it's different people, it's different issues, it's a different tradition that is present there in New York and in Oslo at the IGF, which is one of the key pillars of the WSIS structure, but also the WSIS forum, and let's say newer structures like the AI for Good summit. With this like crash course that you received over these two weeks, maybe just before I would ask you, like, what are your main takeaways of this? This is a very short session. We have like 13 minutes left. If it's okay for all of you, I would like to open the floor for a little bit of interaction and feedback, if this is possible. I think it should be as it is foreseen. So if we can have a few questions or comments of 1 minute maximum each from the audience to the co-facilitators, some final messages that you would want to give them or questions you would want to ask them, if this is possible.
I think I agree with your approach. We can open the floor for comments coming from the floor. We have an opportunity to engage directly with the co-facilitators, so the floor is open, colleagues. Yes, I see a hand in front, yeah?
The mic is coming. It's not yet a robot that brings the mic, it's a human being. We may see changes in the future.
There's music next door to me. Yes, my name is Jennifer from Canada. I work with Taking It Global, and I've enjoyed being back after 20 years when we were first involved with the Youth Caucus. And I want to recommend that we have national multi-stakeholder processes to invigorate all sectors in the renewed commitment to the WSIS action line items. So I'm thinking a lot about what we can also do in Canada. Maybe we can bring together stakeholders on specific action areas. I just think about the ways that coming to an international venue can be strengthened when there's national processes that are sort of similar to what we're experiencing here to bring more voices. Yeah, in particular with e-learning, which is something I'm very passionate about. I would love to see multi-stakeholder processes involving children, youth, learners of all ages. We're talking about AI and how lifelong learning is essential for all of us. So regardless of our age, we need to keep learning. So how do we keep that renewed commitment? Because I'm concerned a lot of people on the WSIS file, maybe in governments, they may be very new to the file. And so we need to kind of educate our population about these commitments. And we need to engage everyone in realizing we all have a part to play. It's not just up to government alone. You know, we need all sectors. So how do we mobilize people? I think more national multi-stakeholder dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you. I see another hand over there. Please take the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Very big thank you for providing me opportunity. Excellencies, currently a notable gap appears to exist between the UN Resident Coordinator Office at country level and the issue concerning WSIS and IGF. At the country level, our recommendation is strengthening this link could foster greater collaboration and enhance the effectiveness of the WSIS and IGF at the country level. Second area is what is urgently needed is a permanent reinforced and even stronger WSIS and IGF Secretariat with sustainable funding at both the Secretariat and the country level. Thank you.
Should we take one more and then maybe give the chance to the co-facilitators to respond?
Thank you. I'm Hisham Bisbis from Tunisia. I'm professor and I used to be a regulator. So I like the idea of the connected, but in some countries, they need more than the internet because they don't have energy. So without energy, we cannot speak about connection. And even if we were talking about school and teaching and so on, so there is water issue also. So how we can work together for these needs before to the connect. Maybe they are happy without internet, you know. Maybe there are more needs for the kids and for this generation. So this is my question: how we can work together for better life. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to now give the floor to Ambassador Lukaila.
Thank you very much for those comments. First, we take them as your inputs, which will benefit us as we work on the zero draft. Thank you, Jennifer. I think that's a very brilliant suggestion, really, because one of the things we heard from Oslo and even throughout the week is the need to strengthen the IGF, make it permanent, but also the national and regional IGFs, because we had the privilege of meeting some of the national IGFs, both here, in Oslo, and everybody agrees that they play such an important role in reinforcing the commitment, but also mobilizing different constituencies to participate in the WSIS processes. So I agree with your point, and that's one of the strong recommendations, for example, that has been made to us as co-facilitators. That relates to the point by the gentleman, I think he didn't introduce himself, about making the IGF permanent, more sustainable, with predictable and sustainable funding because it plays an important role. There seems to be consensus also, at least within the community, on the need to do that. And that's one of the points that we take away. I think finally, so that I don't exhaust, the point by Professor Bisbas is profound. The reason why the 2.6 billion people remain unconnected is not a WSIS problem, but it's due to many other structural problems. It has issues to do with the economic system. It has issues to do with sovereign debt situations in those countries. It has something to do with population and poverty levels, and which is why from Norway we attended the Financing for Development conference in Sevilla, Spain, and innovation, science, and technology was actually an important component of that conversation on financing for development generally. So the point perhaps to make is that we should not have the WSIS conversation as an isolated conversation, but as part of the broader development conversations that we have, human rights conversations that we have, peace and security conversations, because all these issues are interconnected. So I think I'll leave it there. And thank you.
I now want to.
Thank you. I fully subscribe to everything my colleagues said, but just a few additional comments from my side. First of all, thank you for the advices and the elements that you put forward. Jennifer, I liked the way that you approached it. All have a part to play, and this is key, I believe, in addressing the issues that we have in front of us. And the fact that multi-stakeholder approach has functioned very well at the international level, maybe we don't see this reflected at the national level, and that's where we need to put more efforts. So I see the two comments connected with the one that the gentleman made about the place at the country level and how to include also the UN mechanism to reinforce that. So it's part of the UN mechanism, resident coordinator, but also we have seen that UNDP, for example, have a strong capacity building element on the field. At the same time, there is governments who needs to facilitate this kind of models, but also the communities themselves need to be more proactive in terms of the interests that they see in facilitating and making the multi-stakeholder model a model that functions in their own context. When it comes to the remark by the colleague and gentleman from Tunisia, I mean, sometimes we need to thank those that bring us back to the sad reality of the problems that our world is facing. Maybe connectivity is not the main dream that children may have in those difficult positions and situations in many parts of the world. That's why I return to the comment made by my colleague that all these issues are so interlinked and interconnected with each other. Without sustainable development, we cannot aim for bridging the digital divide in the view of new technologies. But at the same time, we should make our focus at the technologies as enabler of sustainable development. So they are both interlinked in both ways. You can see it. They can influence each other in positive ways. So this is a window of opportunity that we are having during this period until December, that we can build the process in a way that it helps towards the implementation of sustainable development goals and make it work for people everywhere and for everyone.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Ambassador Schneider, I thought we should now move to the process itself, just to hear from the core facilitators as to how are they viewing the achievement to date as presented by the WSIS process, and what is their view on the WSIS Plus 20 review in helping to reflect on this achievement and building upon these successes. So I want to give the floor to you, Ambassador, to reflect on my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first point I'll make is, for me personally, I think it's been a pleasant surprise to see such an engaged community as we have here within the WSIS process. Since I had the opportunity to co-facilitate also the modalities stage of this, and what you have within WSIS is a very engaged community, whether it's civil society, technical community, private sector, states, and others. People who are really passionate and so full of energy. Some have been at it from 1998, others even earlier. And because of that, you know, we've received very, very concrete proposals, and that is something that we are grateful for. In terms of the process, as you're all aware, we released the elements paper on the 20th of June, and that for us was a starting point of this conversation. It wasn't really, you know, an indicator of what was going to be in the final outcome, but it was something to generate debate and conversations, and we are glad that it has done precisely that, based on the feedback we received in Oslo, but also here in Geneva. Currently, we are already receiving inputs, according to the Secretariat, written inputs from most of you. And initially, the plan was to open that window until the 15th of July. But based on the requests we received from many of you, we've extended that deadline to 25th of July, just to give room for as many people as possible to submit their written submissions. Our intention is to produce a zero draft of the outcome document towards the end of August. The actual dates are going to be published on the DESA website. But in between, we're hoping to create an opportunity for one more informal consultation. It's going to be a virtual one, a few days after the 25th of July. And we are toying with the idea of maybe 29th or 28th, but again, we are going to let you know in good time. And in those consultations, we will have, we'll invite all the stakeholders. That's to mean member states, as well as the multi-stakeholders, so that we can all have a conversation with one another. That's another request that came from yourselves. And you know, we're happy that we're able to do something about it. Once we have the zero draft, you know, of course, that marks the beginning of the formal negotiations. We will have opportunities for negotiations among member states, but with input and consultations with the multi-stakeholders. So in the revised roadmap, as soon as we are back, we are going to publish dates for those informal consultations that will happen in October, but also November. Depending on how the negotiations will go, we hope that with the positive spirit that we see among members of this community, that we are going to have a consensual outcome document that we'll then adopt at the high-level meeting on the 16th and 17th of December in New York. So quite broadly, that is how we've mapped out the process. So our appeal to you is to please make your submissions in writing. It's our intention to take as many of those into consideration as possible as we write the zero draft. Thank you.
Thank you. I will try to be short because the process has been very accurately described by my colleague, but I want to pick up on a word that you mentioned, Cynthia, in terms of the success and progress that WSIS, this is the question indeed that would help us in our task that we have. And the question would be, has WSIS proved itself to be successful? I completely would agree with that. Yes, WSIS has proved to be successful, but in order to build on this success, we need maybe to go back to the to the raison d'etre of WSIS as a global initiative which is there to foster dialogue, collaboration, and also at the same time to help to fulfill the vision for information society that is people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented. So if we take this, WSIS a platform that has been successful in fostering dialogue and collaboration. Yes, it has been there, but still we need to improve it, because I think if we may remain at the success which is static, we are not going to progress so far. When it comes to the fulfillment of vision of WSIS, we have still a lot to do because of the elements that we mentioned. I don't want to repeat digital divide, equal participation, but also to use ICTs in terms of sustainable development. We have a lot to do. But I think this is a window of opportunity that we need to use, just not to take more time. My final remark would be kind of plea. Let's walk this talk together.
Thank you very much. Our time is up, at least for now. So just say thank you to everyone. Thanks to all of you. And it was a pleasure to be here with you. And I hope you will take many, many impressions with home. Thank you.
Yes.
See you.
Thank you for joining us today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ambassadors, our WSIS Plus 20 co-facilitators. It was such a pleasure to interact with you. And on behalf of the WSIS stakeholder community, we thank you for your patience and for being there for us. Thank you very much. And thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Ambassador Schneider. Ladies and gentlemen, we had 13 high-level leaders talks at the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event. And these were moderated by our very able high-level track facilitators representing different stakeholder types. We received nominations. We have a call for nominations for this, and we receive a lot of nominations from different stakeholder types. And we have our 13 high-level track facilitators here who did a fantastic job of moderating the leaders' talks. And I'd like to invite our Secretary General, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, to the stage to give them their certificates and to recognize them for the excellent work that they did throughout the week. Thank you so much. We will start with our high-level track facilitator from IEEE, Ms. Yuhan Zeng, because she has a flight to catch. Yuhan, please join us on the stage. Thank you, Johan. Amrita Chaudhary, representing CCAOI. Amrita facilitated the track on forging partnerships for purpose. Thank you, Amrita. Valeria Batencourt, Association for Progressive Communication. Valeria moderated the leaders' talks on information and communication infrastructure, a foundation for universal, sustainable, and affordable access. Thank you, Valeria. Professor Abdul Karim from the University of Ilorin, Nigeria. Thank you so much, Professor. Ms. Cheryl Miller, U.S. Council for International Business. Cheryl had a flight to catch, so I think Cheryl's not here. Professor Lucien Castex from AFNIC. Lucien, thank you so much for moderating our leaders' talks on Toward a Safer, Connected World, Collaborative Strategies to Strengthen Digital Trust and Cyber Resilience. Ms. Caroline from Foundation Hirdonel. Caroline. She moderated Local to Global, Preserving Culture and Language in a Digital Era. Ms. Lydia from the Polystratus Institute, Academia. Lydia moderated When Policy Meets Progress. Ms. Andriette, from the African Internet School. Andriette moderated Moral Pixels. Thank you so much, Andriette. And also the initial high-level dialogue on Monday morning. Thank you so much. Laurie from the International Trademark Association. Laurie, thank you so much. You moderated Partnership Pivot, Rethinking Cooperation in the Digital Era. Thank you so much. And Keris Stansfield from Access Partnership, who moderated Building Inclusive and Knowledge-Driven Digital Societies. Thank you, Keris. We'd like to invite SG to please stay on stage for a group photograph with the high-level track facilitators. Colleagues, please join our Secretary General on stage for a group photograph. And thank you so much for your excellent timekeeping and moderation. Thank you. Thank you. And the summaries of the high-level track facilitators will be available online and also in the form of a podcast, which you can use to share through your social media and on the WSIS website. Dear WSIS stakeholders, participants, we will begin with the closing ceremony, the chair's summary in 15 minutes. So we request you to please be seated. You can have this chance to talk to each other, to take a break, have a glass of water. You've been so busy throughout the day. And we will start in 15 minutes with Secretary General's final remarks and the chair's summary, South African minister's summary that we have been waiting for. So thank you very much for your patience, and please do stay with us for the closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, what a week it has been. So many workshops, so many collaborations, knowledge cafes, social events. It was a pleasure to meet with all of you here at the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event. We would now like to begin the closing, and we invite our Secretary General, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, to please provide her thoughts of the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event and to provide her speech. Please, Secretary General, invite you to the lectern.
Thank you, Gitanjali. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to our chair, Minister Soli Malatsi. What an incredible WSIS week this has been. I am so moved by the energy and the determination that I still feel in this room, despite the fact that it's been 5 days and some of you are still smiling, so it's great to feel that energy and feel that determination. I'm also moved by the active participation that we saw throughout this week, which was taking place alongside the AI for Good Global Summit, which was a great way to bring the two communities together, bringing the development community with the global AI community. We actually saw walking through these halls this week more than 11,000 physical participants from 169 countries. And of course, we had many more online. From the vision set out in Tunis and Geneva to the action lines that guide the Global Digital Compact, the WSIS has grown into a cornerstone of global digital cooperation, having engaged stakeholders around the globe since its very inception. Today, the WSIS tent is bigger than ever before, and we're proud to have welcomed representatives, as I said, from nearly 170 countries, including over 100 ministers and regulators. And there's always room to have more in the future as we look to continue to deepen our multi-stakeholder collaboration, which is at the very heart of our mission. With the 20-year review just around the corner, and I want to again recognize and thank our co-facilitators for being with us this week. With that review just around the corner, I think the time has come to look ahead. Look ahead and ask, what's next for WSIS? I'd like to share a few highlights from this week that show where WSIS is headed and where we're going in terms of future digital development. And I think it's fair to say that the future of digital development is actually very bright. So first, I think this week has shown that we are ecosystem builders. Regulators are ready to put in place agile regulatory frameworks that are enabling and also ready to translate national digital transformation priorities into development opportunities for all. Ministers from around the world have recognized the need to make access to digital devices more affordable, to strengthen cybersecurity and digital resilience, and to expand digital inclusion, ensuring that no one is left behind, no matter how fast technology races ahead. Parliamentarians recognize that they no longer can be passive observers of technology, and upskilling is non-negotiable, as they have called it, for lawmakers, to maximize benefits and also to ensure that we minimize possible risks coming about in terms of our digital future. We also had our UN leaders with us this week, and many of them are still here, our UN partners that will join me up on stage as well. And they also reminded us that we are not on the cusp of an AI revolution. We're actually in it right now today. The WSIS community uplifts other ecosystems, joining the Partner to Connect Digital Coalition in celebrating more than $76 billion in pledges this week, now 2/3 of the way to our $100 billion goal in commitments by the end of 2026. Second, I think this week has shown that the WSIS platform is ready to take on the challenges of the AI era, with trust and transparency at its very core. We had nearly 1,000 WSIS Prize submissions, and those submissions showcased impactful solutions. And some of the winners are, of course, using artificial intelligence to help improve government services, to fight cybercrime and fraud, and to deliver preventative healthcare to underserved communities. I'd like to again extend my congratulations to the 2025 WSIS Prize winners and, of course, the WSIS champions. And third, this week, I would say that you have shown us, our WSIS community, that the WSIS story is far from over. And the next chapter is really ours to shape together. As I told ministers that came together at our roundtable on Wednesday, the road to the UN General Assembly +20 review in December, it really runs through us. And I do want to thank you all for those contributions that are going to help to shape this pivotal moment. And that will also help us to continue to leverage this time-tested WSIS process as a critical vehicle in the follow-up of the Global Digital Compact. I want to thank you again for your commitment to the WSIS action lines and for dedicating your energy, your resources in helping to ensure that we improve digital development outcomes for all. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up what I would call an unforgettable week, I think we can be proud of what we have done together as governments, as the private sector, as academia, as the technical community, as civil society, and of course, as the United Nations. And I think together we can continue to keep this WSIS spirit alive beyond 2025. So let us together continue transforming this WSIS vision into impact so that we can ensure that everyone, everywhere, can thrive in the digital era. I now have the great honor of inviting our chair, His Excellency Solly Malatsi, to join us virtually. His Excellency had to, unfortunately, head back home, but he is here with us and has been monitoring our engagements. And I see you on the screen. Welcome, Chair, welcome, Minister, and I hand the floor over to you, please.
Thank you very much to the Secretary General of the ITU, Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. First of all, let me express my sincere apologies that I'm having to join you virtually when I would have preferred to still be with you in person for this important occasion. Secondly, let me express my gratitude for allowing me to close this remotely. Without fulfilling our urgent duties at home, our conversations in platforms like WSIS will not achieve the collective goals we are working towards. Despite not being there in person, my team and I have followed the events closely, and I want to express my deepest appreciation for the insights, the energy, and the dedication that every delegate has brought to this milestone gathering. Over the course of the week, this gathering has reaffirmed not only the enduring value of the WSIS process, but also the collective commitment to building a digital future that is more inclusive, more responsive, and most importantly, more human. What this week's conversation have made clear is that there remains widespread support for the continuation of the WSIS architecture beyond 2025. But we must also be realistic with our responsibility. The process must evolve, and the commitments made this week will inform the next chapter of WSIS' journey, which must be underpinned by an increased emphasis on inclusivity, equity, and sustainability. WSIS can build on the existing solid foundation, but it must equally be more agile and more efficient. In the resource-constrained environment we find ourselves in, We must be careful to avoid duplication of mandates while maintaining our commitment to a multi-stakeholder approach. This is what makes WSIS what it is. More importantly, our approach to inclusivity must also evolve. We have heard clearly what we need to do to be more precise, more intentional in how we define and practice inclusivity. We must be careful about prematurely congratulating ourselves for being inclusive. Inclusion means more than merely opening doors. It means that we must meet our stakeholders where they need to be met and where we think they need to be met. Only by doing this can we ensure that WSIS is truly inclusive. It must be fair, it must be equitable, and it must also be accessible. For WSIS to maintain its relevance, we must examine our modalities, reduce barriers to participation, and invest in the institutional and human capacities of those that are not yet on the table. Finally, our engagements this week have also reaffirmed the continued relevance of the WSIS action lines. They have helped us make progress over the last 2 decades and remain a guiding light for our work going forward. But the world we operate in has changed, and so must our tools. We must explore ways to refine and qualify the action lines so that progress can be clearly measured against the complex and evolving digital landscape. As we move forward, we must also integrate the Global Digital Compact into the WSIS process to reduce duplication. In our pursuit of efficiency, we must not discard what works, but we must also not hesitate to be ambitious in our attempts to implement improvements where we can. As we look towards the UN General Assembly's review of WSIS this December, we carry forward a powerful message. The WSIS process remains an indispensable part of our pursuit of a more inclusive, equitable, and empowering information society. It is clear that this process must be future-ready. We have an opportunity and a responsibility to shape the next 20 years and beyond of global digital cooperation. Let us meet that responsibility with courage, with clarity, empathy, and collective resolve. Let us ensure that WSIS accelerates vision and empowerment. To ensure the views expressed during the past 5 days are reflected in the WSIS review process, I will be submitting the Chair's summary on the WSIS Plus 20 High Level of 2025 to the UN General Assembly. Through the summary, we hope to anchor the collective vision articulated this week firmly in the broader digital community's global understanding of our efforts in the information society. Thanks to all of you for making time for this important gathering this week, and I wish you all safe travels home. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We've missed you being with us here today, but thank you so much. And the Chair's summary is now available online for all of you to read, and do download it and read it from the WSIS Forum website. We would now like to invite South African representative, Chair, to collect your silver medal as a token of ITU's appreciation. And for all the good work that you did here as the chair of the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event. Thank you. Chair Cynthia has your silver medal, which she will give to you when she meets you in South Africa. Thank you so much. We would now like to invite Ambassador Schneider, our co-host, and our co-organizers on the stage. And we would like to open the floor for any comments, interventions, to keep them really short, 1 minute each, so that we can get as many people to join us in this session. Please do raise your flag. And I'm aware that our sponsor, Malaysia, would like to start. So could someone please give Malaysia a mic? Ruth?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Malaysia, I wish to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the ITU for the 160th anniversary. This milestone is more than a celebration. It is a reminder of the ITU enduring relevance in shaping the global digital agenda. Malaysia is proud to stand with the ITU, not just as a member of the Council, but as a committed partners in action. Through WSIS, we have had the opportunity to share our journey, to learn from others, and to scale what works. This year, recognition of two of our flagship projects, NADI and Stingray 2, speak to our core belief that digital inclusion is a fundamental right, not a luxury. Our NADI, National Network of Digital Community Centers, has touched nearly 2 million lives, bringing digital literacy, services, and support to those who need it the most. These are not isolated projects that reflect Malaysia's broader commitment to a digital society that leaves no one behind. We remain active in the ITU ecosystem, contributing to study groups, hosting capacity building programs, and delivering on Partner to Connect pledge. As we seek the re-election to the ITU Council for 2030, we do so humbly and a sense of shared purpose. Let me end by reaffirming our commitment to the WSIS vision. We will continue to collaborate across borders, build meaningful partnerships, and invest in solutions that are inclusive by design. Congratulations again to the ITU. We look forward to building the next chapter together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Malaysia, and thank you for also being our first time ever platinum partner. We do hope we'll welcome you back next year. Thank you so much, sir. Do we have any other names? Yes, ma'am. Yes, with the glasses. Could you please also introduce yourself? Ruth, there's a hand up there.
Thank you. My name is Christine Housel. On behalf of Ethic Minds Institute and Multilateral Group, we would like to truly thank the organizers of WSIS and ITU for the truly inclusive approach to this forum. So much to talk about. Our focus here has been on children. We would like to encourage us all to make children front and center in our thinking and conversations. Yes, the future is theirs, and they are also actors now. We might even say stakeholders. And we have a duty of care to them and to the new environment in which they are living in, formed by, and contributing to. And as we process the fact that AI and AI-powered robots are having and will have new prominence in our children's lives, and really just beginning to absorb and look at the implications, we note all the other technologies we're talking about. We have focused on quantum computing. We would like to assert that children's data is valuable. They have a right to their data. There are technical solutions in our work at Vaulted Ventures to at once, for them and their parents and caregivers, protect, connect to, own, and make decisions as to the use of the data, and even to make revenue from it. The moment is now to reestablish hope in our ability to control our own data. The technology allows it, and we affirm the focus on partnership to bring needed technologies into practice, along with the accompanying awareness raising, education, and standard setting. And just a quote to end from 7-year-old Ravir, who spoke on the frontier stage at AI for Good, accompanied by his parents Gurjot and Manmeet. He said, "In the race for innovation, don't forget us." Looking forward to the ongoing conversations and mutual commitments. Thank you for this moment.
Thank you. Professor Brooke from the World Summit Award.
Thank you very much, Gitanjali. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. In 2003, when WSIS started, the landscape, the global technology landscape was completely different than today. We are facing today unprecedented situation in terms of, on the one hand, concentration of power in the digital sphere, and on the other hand, an underfunding of the UN and the UN system in terms of regulation and also in terms of standards and also governance building. From the point of view of the World Summit Award and its constituency of social impact entrepreneurs globally, I think we need to address this, and I want to make sure that this is also taken to the review summit in New York in December, because otherwise we are just ignoring the big elephants in the room, and we are not becoming effective in terms of what we have as goals and aims. So I'm very much concerned about those aspects of the concentration of power and also of the UN system lacking the resources to continue the process as inclusive and as multi-stakeholder as it has been. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Brooke. We have AFIP, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you. I'm Anthony Wong. I'm the IFIP president, founded by UNESCO in 1960. I'm very privileged to be here. My first involvement with WSIS was 2012 with my IFIP colleagues, and I've seen so much change since 2012 with the AI momentum and what we're discussing today. So very pleased to be here and congratulate ITU, UNESCO, and all 8 UN partners for a very successful conference and summit this year in Geneva. So, and we are always ready to assist. So thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your partnership, AFIP. Taking IT Global, Jennifer. She's here.
Thank you and congratulations to the entire organizing team. 2 brief points. I really saw yesterday, there was a student that said, my teachers are against AI, so I'm learning these tools on my own. And that is a great tragedy if kids are just learning everything on their own. So I think we need to invest significantly in teacher training and upskilling. That's one key point, and it relates to the e-learning commitment in the Declaration of Principles. And the other thing I mentioned earlier, but just with the audience that we have, I would like to have Taking It Global be part of WSIS Plus 20 National Multi-Stakeholder Action Reporting Dialogue in Canada, and to inspire more national multi-stakeholder action dialogues, because there's a lot of cynicism when commitments are made without action. And what I love about the summit is the emphasis on action. So citizens need to know that there is action and that they need to be part of that reporting process. So I would like to see what more I can do to help in Canada and inspire the same around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I see our gold partner, Saudi Arabia, would like to take the floor. Saudi Arabia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gitanjali. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Secretary General of the ITU and all the co-organizing UN agencies in this high-level event. It has been an honor to engage with distinguished colleagues who share a commitment to the WSIS vision and advancing sustainable development through digital cooperation. As we mark 20 years since the World Summit on the Information Society, we reaffirm the continued relevance of its outcomes. Looking ahead, it is essential that this process remains dynamic and responsive to today's opportunities and challenges, especially those brought by emerging technologies such as AI. We look forward to continuing this important journey and warmly invite you to the Global Symposium for Regulators in Riyadh next month, where many of these themes will continue to be explored. Thank you all for your dedication and contribution to building an inclusive and innovative digital future. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Saudi, and for your commitment towards the WSIS process. Do we have any more hands up? If you could stand up, because, yes, please, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and very brief. I'm the ambassador of Bolivia. Also, we would like to thank our DRSG for the organization of this conference and all the team that has organized. This is very important for us, this topic, and I think not just for my country, for everyone. I think it's important to continue working for promotion of the closing the gaps on technology, a better accessibility, and working also to put a human rights perspective when it comes to technology and also to AI. These important conversations must be going on to promote better participation and access also of the vulnerable populations as indigenous peoples, peasants, and I think also this is important also to remind the gender perspective when it comes to these advances in technology. Bolivia reminds interested, of course, in continue working with ITU and the support of all the work and partnerships to promote a better access and closing the gaps in technology. Thank you, the RSG.
Thank you, Ambassador. Colleagues, the light is really bright here, so if anyone is raising the hand, please stand up so we can give you the mic. Okay, so yes, is it Abdul Karim? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to, first of all, congratulate you, Tinjatali, and your team on this excellent WSIS 2025. And I would like to probably say on behalf of the high-level track facilitators, we had a lovely high-level track. And one thing that was so important to us is that this process has to continue, because we've seen from what the ministers and the high-level track event told us that we have to continue this process. And it is also important for us to understand that there's still a lot of work that has to be done, and we have to ensure that we find a way in bridging the gap and ensuring that we connect those that are yet to be connected, and also to make sure that we continue to strive in order to make the world a better one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdul Karim. Are there any more hands up? Yes, sir. Sarah?
Thank you very much. My name is Jimson Olufuye from Abuja, Nigeria. I would like to congratulate ITU, the Swiss government, and all the participating organizers, being a mind-blowing event. Congratulations. My question is this, is a question. This has been a fantastic event. Can we replicate it in all our capitals? I look forward to us celebrating it in our capitals. Is that possible? Thank you very much.
She wants me to answer. I'll say we'd be happy to help do that within our limited resources, but I do think it is great to take this on the road, to advance it in your capitals, regionally, and continue to do this also globally. And we welcome you back next year. Thank you.
Thank you, SG. That was the perfect answer. And we are also working with the UN regional commissions. We are organizing these regional WSIS events on a regular basis. So please join us there. I see one hand on the back, or are you packing your bag? Okay. Okay, packing your bag. Yes, sir. There. Since we finished on time, we have the opportunity to have a group photograph with the SG as well. So, sir, you'll be the last speaker. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I am Damit. I represent IFIF here, and I'm from Sri Lanka. And this is my first experience at WSIS. So I thought I share my experience because it's a fantastic week in Geneva. So I would like to say I had the chance to share ideas, the contact with global peers, and explore real solutions for digital solutions and AI for good. WSIS isn't just a summit, it's a launchpad for collaboration and impact. I'm very happy to say I'm leaving Geneva energized, inspired, and charged and hopeful for the future of ICT, particularly around the AI revolution. So thank you, WSIS. It's a fantastic experience, first experience for me. Thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you so much. I think that's a great last intervention. Energized, charged, and hopeful. Thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap up in a moment. And I want to, of course, thank our UN partners from UNCTAD, UNDP, and UNESCO. Thank you for your continued support. To my fellow elected officials, Thomas, Cezo, Cosmos, thank you so much. And I want to thank in particular the ITU team. As you all know, this process has been led by Gitanjali. If you can stand up. Can we please give Gitanjali a round of applause? And if the whole WSIS team, and that includes you too, Selena, and Bilal, if you can all stand up. And maybe come to the front with ITU WSIS team, come to the front real quick. We had amazing staff, volunteers, interns. They've done a tremendous job in preparing for this amazing week, and we thank them all. Thank you. Sorry, we're standing. You guys should stand with us. We don't want to...
Please stand. Come, join us.
So this is what it takes to put on a WSIS. I want to thank everybody up here on the stage and those that are not on the stage with us, but also help to make this possible. So another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And with this, I think we're actually going to move to the closing, which Cynthia, on behalf of His Excellency the Minister and our chair, she's going to do the deed and close us out here. Cynthia, would you like to say something as you close us out?
Yes, I just want to take this opportunity to thank all of you on behalf of the South African government. Thank you so much. Thanks.
I've declared the program.
Could we please invite you to join us for a group photograph with the Secretary General and our Deputy Secretary General, Onoe-san and Cosmos. Please join us. Excellency Mesmar, please join us. We have to be very quick, guys, whoever wants a photo with the SG, because she has to go for a closing of the AI for Good. So please join us as soon as you can if you want to be a part of the photograph. colleagues, if you could be quick because SG has to leave.